Good mid-morning, early afternoon, not afternoon yet. Good mid-morning, Coded Friend .001 listeners. Uh, Damn, there's a lot of shit I want to touch on today. Demon did a broadcast 11 hours ago, a lot of new information coming out, and it seems like there's an avalanche more waiting to appear. Let me roll that back just a little bit because I want that to. Oop. I want to keep that graphic up just for a little bit without covering it up with the solo thing for the icon for me. There's a lot I want to touch on today. First of which is I really think I'm going to be insanely cautious about trusting anyone with a fucking green screen ever again. I think that might be the a common indicator, not 100% certainty, not even 50-50. Well, probably right around 50-50. If they green screen and something's fucking up, right? Just look at the fucking main guys who do the green screen shit, and then look at Hello Baby has mentioned Merb in the chat. Even Merb's talking about the thieving that Dil-Dan did. I think Stone Vet has popped a background, a green screen background, a StreamYard background up once or twice. Merb never. You always see Merb in his natural habitat. There's a specific reason why I don't do the video thing. Katie D says I like Merb. I want you to listen to what I'm saying, not look at me, right? My looks could be detrimental to my broadcast abilities. My looks could be an assist to drawing people in. Human beings are visually oriented, and you can, it's easy to deceive people, especially if you're mildly handsome. And no matter what you look like, somebody thinks you look good for the most part. Those are the people that are easiest to deceive. Hence the reason why I try to keep the visual down and more graphic oriented. Katie D says, I like Merb. I like Merb too. Merb objected to my definition of alcoholism, which is a pretty standard definition, but for some reason I touched a raw spot with him. It was never directed at Merb. Then the complaint that was filed against Anthony Caruso, I antagonized Anthony a little bit, and also I gave him a heads up on what was fucking coming. So I didn't get the credit for, informing him. I got the credit for antagonizing him. So Merb jumped on that too, so. And then there was the vacuum cleaner thing, which Merb jumped on, which I had hoped the Welsh News Network was going to jump on, but it served its purpose in the long run. So I'm cool with that. I've always liked Merb. Merb's a fucking, get to the meat of the matter guy. He's not fucking around with the, the onion peel. He's getting at the layers of the onion itself. Which is why I don't think he's all that great in the drama arena, but is phenomenal in the fucking legal arena. Because the legality shit it all boils down to fact. Prove the fact. You say that's a fact, prove it's a fact. You say that's not a fact, prove it's not a fact. That's where Merb excels. I like Merb. On the whole, in the main, I like Merb. I don't think I've ever met anyone that I, agree with 100% or like them 100%. So we have that going for us. But Merb is a guy who presents himself as he is in his natural setting. There's no fucking bullshittery dressing up the fucking crap. I'm now leery of green screen people. It's Walter Texas says, what are people doing with the green screen? I think it's it's a tech way to bullshit a little bit about your surroundings or maybe your affluence. If Dan had been better with the green screening, more people might have believed that he lived in a fucking castle. Josh put up a background because he didn't like the background he was in, and I think he was staying in a B&B. So he put up a fake background. It looked like Josh was hanging in a pretty posh place. I mean, it was hard to tell it was a fucking veneer background. So I'm not digging on Josh. I'm just saying that I thought Josh was really in that fucking room until he revealed that it was just a green screen because somebody commented about how posh a place he was in. So the whole green screening thing to me is hello, Miss Mandy. It's like makeup to me. I'm not a big fan of makeup. I don't on a guy. It's worse than on a female. To those people who wear makeup, I understand why you wear makeup. I don't have a general problem with people wearing makeup. I just think it's an easy step into deception. I know what rouge on the cheek is supposed to express to other people, and it's not 90% of the time. At least it's not what's going on internally. The expression on the face. I hate lipstick. Oh my god, do I hate lipstick? It took me a while to convince my wife to that she really has natural beauty and that all that time is wasted covering up the real beauty that's my wife is stunningly beautiful. Um and there's a difference in her beauty when she's made up than when it's natural, and I prefer her natural look. So it took me a while to convince her to just drop that routine. I, I'm not saying don't wear makeup. I'm not faulting people who wear makeup. I credit the people who are brave enough to not wear it and present themselves as who they are. So the green screening, makeup, these are subtle little steps out of they're quarter steps to the left of reality. They're not bad, they're not horrible, but they're a step off the real. So those are my reasons for not liking that. I mean, I think everyone practices a little bit of deception as we it's like a resume. You add, you pump it up a little bit. Personal appearance becomes like that. You pump it up a little bit. I mean, I was a suit guy for a decade. I will if it ain't a wedding or a funeral, I'm not putting a fucking suit on. And you'd be hard pressed to get a tie on me. I just did that routine for so fucking long. It blows. It's not who I am. I never feel comfortable when I'm dressed like that. I just don't care about it anymore. Walter says, hey, but that first kiss with a girl wearing lipstick was a tasty experience. I don't like it. It skeeves me a little bit. Miss Mandy reacts as I believe your wife really is beautiful because your son is so adorable. I've shown a few pictures of my wife. My wife is gorgeous. So there's a lot of info that's going to start coming out on Dan. Codedfriend.001 and the people here are not going to get a fucking penny's worth of credit for anything we did. The fundamental underlying story, the documentation of Dan's fucking lies, that is commonly known in this little niche sliver of YouTube because of the efforts here and the work that the people here did, including people in the side chat. I mean, I have the smartest side chat on fucking YouTube right now. The people here are fucking amazing. The details you catch, the things you point out, the stuff that gets by me. I'm way smarter with you guys than I am without you guys. Hello Baby says, I also believe that when you make up like Kim Kardashian, the shock and letdown when you wash your face is bad for the self-esteem. I kind of agree with that. Hello, baby. Says, I always said to men that didn't like lipstick. Well, you won't have to worry about me heaving a ring around your neck. Heaving. Having a ring around your neck. Around your cock. Why did I read that as neck? A ring around your cock. Oh my God. GMK says, thanks, Coded. All of us here appreciate that. We see you. Jeff, that's all is with us. We are, the ball's handed over. The bigger channels are going to run with the dismantling of Dan. And believe me, there is fucking panic at the council house. Dan was good for 3 minutes last night. And I guess there's, a record of Dick Pic Dan. And there's nothing there that blocks out the fucking sun, according to early reports, which Coded has not yet confirmed and doubtfully ever will be looking at photographic evidence. I'm glad other people are sorting through that fucking horse shit. Bandit says, I'd be very surprised if Shiz doesn't start strutting around equal look what I did BS. And let her do it. I don't give a fuck who takes credit for it. I just care that the truth is getting out. I mean, we won't even get the minimal credit over here that we're the guys that kept the fucking pressure on them. We're the guys that regularly chronicled, delineated, and called out the fucking deceptions at WNN. And man, it ain't just fucking Dan. You can't just dump all this on Dan. There's at least 5 other fucking people there, including what looks like a gentleman, a Scottish gentleman who was actually in the service for the United Kingdom, the military service, the Navy. He also has claimed to have been British intelligence afterward, walked a spy, a Russian defector. Shuggy didn't say spy. Walked a Russian defector into the headquarters and didn't recognize his own boss. That story's actually more believable now that we've seen Shuggy sit next to a stolen valor guy for a year and a half and not recognize that he was a stolen valor guy, while literally hundreds of voices were shouting, Shuggy, wake the fuck up. He's stolen valor. The authentication by inaction. Well, Shuggy's ex-military. He's not calling him out. He's sitting there right with them. What recent historic example of that do we have? Okay, Foreign Kaiser. Dan's looking every bit as shitty as Michael fucking Kaiser. Just short of murdering someone, but threats of physical violence, allegedly, threats of He has allegedly, according to Demon's investigation, has threatened people who would have exposed him for his frauds in the local community, threatened them with having their benefits taken away through his contacts. Correct, Miss Mandy. Hank is ex-military too. But Hank's brain, no, and I'm not saying this to bust balls, Hank's brain is not functioning properly. So Katie D says at codedfriend.001, are you going to have withdrawals since you won't be talked about by WNN? Fuck no. Not at all. We're going to fucking a new hold on, Shuggy's here. Shuggy claims I never claimed to be British intelligence. I never claimed to have Walker Russian into SIS. Those are you fucking kidding me? I was a member of the intelligence corps. I've been to SIS. Did you fail your fucking test there, Shuggy? Seriously, Shuggy, you said it's in the fucking live streams. You said you walked a Russian defector into the. Do you think I made this fucking story up, Shuggy? You said you walked a Russian defector into the headquarters. The head of the headquarters was there at the door. She asked you what you were doing. You told her you couldn't divulge that. You then took the elevator up. Somehow she got to her office before you got there with the Russian defector, and she greeted you at the doorway. You don't sit here saying you didn't tell that fucking story. You told that fucking story. There are multiple people in here that heard you fucking say it. We played it. Shuggy, I was going to go easy on you, but if you're going to be in here calling me a liar, recanting stories you actually told, you want me to prove it, Shuggy? You got it, bro. I will happily do an expose on you. And you and all your Discord, your new Discord friends, Dearmid, who openly called you a pedophile, McAddicts, who openly called you a pedophile. You can plot with them. You can plot with them, Shuggy. Maybe you can employ some of your intelligence to look into me. I played the fucking clips here, Shuggy, so you're not going to be able to fucking get rid of it. You want me to prove it? I'll happily prove it, Shuggy. You're making a big fucking mistake right now. Now, Shuggy, now that you said I made those things up, here are your two choices, bro. These are your two choices. You can either admit that you did say those things and you're in error saying I made them up, or Shuggy, I will do a Shuggy expose on how fucking dumb you are to have sat next to a fucking stolen valor guy while kissing up to the stolen valor community, and you're playing KFAR to a stolen valor. I'll happily do an expose on how fucking clueless you are. Go ahead, Shuggy. Go ahead. Call me a fucking liar again, you douche. Oh, you got me so triggered. I'm not triggered, Shuggy. I've been cutting fucking clips. I've been waiting for you to fucking plead your fucking innocence. You're part of the fucking grift, and you benefited monetarily from it. I may have been wrong that you were actually in the military. I'm willing to admit that. But your behavior and your willingness to sit with a fucking liar that you've known was a liar since you went over the location of buildings on the Dartmouth campus. You knew that fucking day he was full of shit. Shuggy, Dearmid alerted me to the story and the live stream where you said it. Dearmid alerted me to that. Hello, baby. Says you have made it all up, secret squirrel at Shuggy. Go up, Shuggy. You want to talk? I- I'll I'll play a tune. I'll chill myself out, and I'll have a civil conversation with you, Shug. I'll even run the risk of being porn bombed again to get to the truth with you, Shuggy. And Shuggy, if you don't come up and talk to me, then we'll just assume that carte blanche is right, and you are the biggest poussey. Sorry, I almost credited carte blanche. And Laura Rader is right. You are the biggest poussey. I'll prove you wrong, Shug. Shug says I couldn't have a civil conversation with myself. I'll prove you wrong, Shug. The invite's in the side chat. The message is pinned. I will run the risk of being porn bombed again to have a civil conversation with you. So whenever you're ready, Shug, you can hang in the side chat, Shug. Shug, you're always welcome here, and you're always welcome to come here, plead your case. You can call me out and say I made up shit and I'm lying. I'm willing to let you do that, but I'm gonna hold you to account on those. No, Cart, I'm not even gonna put up a banner. I'm not even gonna put up a banner. I'm just gonna let what happens because their porn bombing doesn't have any effect. All it does is knock out the side chat. If I get porn bombed, I'll shut it down. I'll start up a new fucking stream immediately. You're always here, Shug. You're always listening. You're always here, Shuggy. You're always listening. Kari T says you obviously don't see Alan Killian's statements, and yeah, I'm real. And look, no makeup on my pics. Good for you. I'm glad you don't have makeup. What did Alan Killian say? Oh, look, brain dead Kari has spoken. You are fucking brain dead. Kari T says instead of Becca, talk about Messy Mandy's use of her crap makeup and filters. Maybe that's her problem too. She sees herself when she chisels it off. I mean, Miss Mandy uses makeup. She's heavy with the makeup. The chisels it off shit. Come on. You're just fucking jealous. And this isn't about, you see, this is deflecting, Kari T. I didn't say anything about black. I was talking about people who wear makeup. I always, I always err to the side of less than trustable when I see that shit. When I see a person as they are, I say, "Hey, this is a fucking honest guy. He's presenting who he is." Don't try to. Again, you've made that up. Prove that I made any money from WNN. You got a cut of the fucking money. Prove you didn't. Prove you didn't. You were going to go on trips with Dan to distilleries. You were more than willing to fucking take the payola and the perks. Maybe it isn't money. Maybe it's just the perks and the payola that you're after, Shuggy. It's harder to trace that stuff. After all, you were British intelligent, a slippery little fellow. Shuggy says I couldn't have a civil conversation with myself. Uh Unlike you, Shuggy, I don't have voices in my head. Duh. You have different personalities, Shuggy, and you're drunk all the fucking time. And you blah, blah, blah with your drunk fucking stories, trying to be as impressive as Dan is. You said you walked a fucking Russian defector into the fucking offices while you were British intelligence. Correct my chat for what? Kari T. Kari T says at Bandit 2804, you are the sheep. Becca is my friend. Tell me Becca didn't get any fucking money from Dan. Tell me that. Where are all the thousands of fucking dollars going, Shuggy? Shuggy, you're part of that. You're participating in and enabling a con man's fucking grift just by being there and being fodder boy. You're not fucking, you're typical fucking Nazi soldier, Shug. I was just following orders. I was just marching along. What are you, a fucking wooden soldier? Wind up Shuggy and watch him go. Hello, baby, says that Kari T. You are truly vile. You obviously feel small to keep picking on someone when she is down. I did contact Biggin about your behavior over here. By the way, you disgust me. Katie D says, that Shuggy, I have a question. Were all the insults you took from WNN panel, were they supposed to be funny? They weren't. Just made you look stupid. Come on up, Shug. I'll have a civil conversation. Shug, I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes to just talk, to just say what you want to say, even if you do nothing but shit talk me. I'll just sit here and listen to what you have to say. I'll give you 5 or 10 minutes, your choice, whatever you think you need to fucking say what you need to say about me. And we'll have it on record. Carte Blanche says, Dan does that better than any of us in here. Have you heard him speak about her and the herpes-riddled vag at Kari T? Hello, baby says, report you to YouTube for harassment, small one. Get a life. I blocked you. Hello, baby says, how pathetic is Kari T? At Miss Mandy Reacts. All right, let's not drag Miss Mandy into this. I've asked Miss Mandy not to respond to these people when she's in my side chat. She said she would, so let's not pull Miss Mandy into this. Jeff, that is all. Says honesty is rare among this community. Yes, it is. Hello, baby says just block her, Mandy. It's good advice. Hello, baby. Alan Killian says Kari T wipes her makeup off on the cheeks of Dad's ass cheeks. At Jeff, that's all. Hey, yeah. Kari T says, then correct your chat. Okay. Alan, I don't think it's a correct statement to say that Kari T wipes her makeup off on the cheeks of Dil-Dan's ass cheeks. I see the humor in it, and I see it as a joke, a hyperbole, funny joke. But, just in case anyone thinks that's actually true, it's not. Are you happy, Kari T? Miss Mandy Reacts says, hello, baby. Very. I will email you. Cool. Hello, baby says at Carte Blanche. Smiley face with sunglasses. Shuggy says, prove it then. I will, Shuggy. I will. Miss Mandy Reacts. I have Kari T blocked, and it drives her nuts that I can't see her. Jeff, that is all. Says morning, Carte Blanche says, go look in the mirror, Kari T, before you hand out suggestions in here. You sat at WNN listening to Dan talk shit about Blecka and laughed with him at her. Yep. Hello, baby says, okay, keep your attention on your health. At Miss Mandy Reacts. Jeff, that is all. Says your friend was complicit in ripping people off. Yep. So yeah, I don't think things really look good for you right now. Having a wrench in Demon's chat makes you brave. At Shuggy. Shuggy says all J, which I assume is all I want from you is the proofs. Okay. Come on up and tell me what proofs you want. Then I'll have a audio record of it, and I'll just fucking check mark provide the proofs. And if I can't provide the proofs, I'll admit I can't provide the proofs. Did you go and edit those stories out, Shuggy? Miss Mandy reacts as Becca did tell me several times that she did not get paid by WNN. Dan, several times. Yeah, she didn't get paid. She just got money fucking PayPal to her. It wasn't a regular weekly check. It was windfall shit. Bandit 2804, Kari, you lie. Carte Blanche says, no, you haven't. You just slack jawed yokel at Kari T. Otherwise, you would have been blocked. Exactly. Kari T, all caps. Yay, I don't care what haters say. She attacked me for more than 9 months now. Messi will never be off my crap list. Okay, but, we're asking that you don't bring that bullshit here. This is the only place I know of where Miss Mandy can just fucking be herself. Don't bring that bullshit here. Bring any other bullshit you want. Talk shit about me, say shit about me, say shit about me for allowing her to be here, say shit about me for asking people not to fucking press her while she's here. You can talk all the shit you want about me. Don't do it about the people in the side chat. That's all I ask. If you want to do that, start up a fucking YouTube channel all about how you hate Miss Mandy. And then you can replay that shit and listen to it, listen to you express yourself, and see if you even agree with the things you say or if there's just pure hate bubbling out of your fucking heart. You should figure that one out, Kari T. Because until you figure that one out, there's no way to reconcile, forgive, or make amends. The human heart is wicked above all things. Walter, Texas says, hello at Carte Blanche. Sorry, I had a phone call a few minutes ago. Hello, baby says, at codedfriend.001, Mandy and I are friendly in real life. Cool. Don't loan her any money. She tends not to pay it back. Or that's what I've heard. Carte Blanche says, go and have a shit then at Kari T. You obviously need it. The fuck? That's a little harsh. Katie D says, at Alan Killian, it would be wishful thinking. Kari T, all caps again. At Carte Blanche shows how many times you've watched, as Dan has timed me out numerous times for standing up to him. Yeah, we don't really pay that much attention to what's going on. At least I don't really pay attention to what's going on in Dan's side chat. The 5-man griftothon is enough to fucking keep track of. Walter, Texas says, I've always thought Becca was abused on a regular basis, especially by Dan. Oh, yeah. Becca's a victim of gaslighting, but she's been told several times she's being gaslit. And instead of looking at what's going on, she fucking decided to defend her gaslighter. It's fucking weird to me. Kari T says, no, she has me blocked, so I can't get her off more sites. She never hid me as long as she was attacking me. Well, she's not paying attention to you now, hence her lack of responses. So you're literally pissing into the wind. Shuggy says you haven't provided any proofs for the last year of all the crap you have made up. Shuggy, Dan is stolen valor. Okay, Dan is stolen valor. I didn't make that up. Dan doesn't own the Menelvia. I didn't make that up. Dan made up that he owned the Menelvia. I didn't make up that Dan wasn't in the British Navy. Dan made up that he was in the British Navy. I've been right all across the fucking board, Shuggy. And you said you walked a Russian defector into the offices when you were British intelligence. Maybe it's a drunk story and it's not true, Shuggy, but you fucking said it. Maybe you were so drunk when you said it, you can't remember that you said it. Maybe you should ease up on the whiskey, Shuggy. Shuggy. That's so Shuggy. I'll make you famous, Shuggy. Carte Blanche says he is fucking stupid, boring, so I don't check his channel out. Stupid, boring, attracts stupid, boring at Kari T. Dan has been outed to be a scammer, so are you also a scammer? Yeah, anyone defending Dan at this point in time is fucking delusional. That's why Dan kept his panel members off during his 3-minute, a lawyer told me to keep my mouth shut. Well, there's not going to be any fucking handing out of shit to homeless people in Liverpool because all the grifto money for the last month is now in a fucking barrister's hands. Or, Dan's got it in a shoebox under his bed and he's getting ready to fucking make a run as the fucking men's room attendant on a fucking cruise ship. Well, I've got all this Navy experience. Surely I can hand out paper towels and cologne in the men's room. It's a fucking moron. Where is Laura Rader? I need a Laura Rader. I need a Laura Rader. There was some talk about Laura Rader over on the in fact, let's listen to this. Let's take a break from me ranting and bitching at the side chat. Shuggy, you're welcome to come up. I will play this video and I'll cool out a little bit. Shuggy says, you have been stoned on a live almost every day. I've not had a drink since February. Well, most of the shit you said was pre-February. I'm glad you haven't had a drink since February. And yeah, Shug, I have 2 days off. I smoke dope when I'm off. That gives 1 or 2 days a week. Dope. Hello, baby says, oh no, not stoned. Lisa says, Shuggy, coated stoned? Isn't that a sin? The herb of the field is mine to use. It's liquor that's prohibited. Be ye not filled with wine, wherein is reckless indignation, Shuggy, but be ye filled with the Holy Spirit, wherein is wisdom. It's not a sin, Lisa. It's not a sin to smoke weed. It's not a sin. It's alcohol. The herb of the field, that's unprocessed. That's the way God made it. The herb of the field is mine to use. It was never prohibited to me. I'm to obey the law of the land. So if the secular law outlaws it, I don't do it where it's not legal. God put no prohibition on it. Bandit says, Laura Raider. Let me get a share screen going up here, as much as I don't want to take the Panic at the Council House thing down. So we got a little ZB Studio action going on here. I'll play the video first, and then we'll get into the Laura Raider tie-in. Where am I? I got lost with my mouse. David Madwin, who I've never seen you post in the chat before. Hello, David. Glad to have you here. David Madwin says, Becca blatantly lied about Chili's dog getting picked up when it was actually picked up by his nephew. Yep. Yeah, there's a provable Becca lie to boost the fucking WNN clout with the dog fans. Carte blanche, speaking of the stoned thing that Shuggy mentioned, so is Josh on Stoned Vet at Shuggy. We'll tell him that as well. You complete doofus dork. Are you going to tell Josh that? No, you're not. This is that you're hypocritical and you play sides. And you a fucking ass kisser, Shuggy. You an ass kisser. It's going to take more than a fucking challenge going to Zippo lighter to get in my good graces. I'm sure you don't fucking care, but you might in the future. Alan Killian says Becca has no self-esteem or common sense. I would agree with that. That doesn't absolve you from your fucking wrongs. Kari T says, read up. I haven't said anything in defense of Dan. I only say leave Becca out of it. It wasn't her. She's not driving the bus, but she's pumping fucking gas too. Jeff, that is all. Well, like Kaiser's situation, there will always be diehards who fall in out of blind and stupid dedication. Lisa says, hey to Walter. Lisa Bandit says, Lisa equals sheep. Lisa says, Bandit shoe. David Madwin says, Becca is a liar. Lisa says, coded, I don't say smoking weed is a sin. I said being stoned. How is being stoned a sin? If being stoned is a sin, then the practice of smoking weed would be sinful also. Duh, you are fucking okay, Lisa. Keep trying to fucking rework your fucking stupid till it fucking turns out into a fucking cookie. Bandit 2804 says Lisa equals bah. Hello, baby says Alan Killian. Honestly, she had a kid as a kid. Then her kid had a kid while a kid. They need money. Can make you desperate. Are you talking about Blecka there? She had a kid as a kid. I would agree. She was pretty young. Then her kid had a kid while a kid. And I don't know if you could call her a kid. She was definitely, over 18. I think she was about 20. They need money. Yeah, I mean, that it might be true. It might have been a pure need for money that motivated Blecka, but that does not absolve her of her fucking wrongs. Shuggy says, I did tell Josh that. I told him his Kaiser Expos wad. What? Walter Texas says, that Shuggy go up. Haven't heard from you in months and months. David Madwin says, Becca lied live on WNN just to support Dan in the dream of getting a ride on his private jet. Exactly. Carte Blanche says, at least I was out to dinner, ate barramundi with a side salad. I want to get barramundi, which is sea bass, in my aquaponics system, but I think to raise them, I have to set up and Lisa says, yum to Blanche. I think I have to set up a independent system because they have to breed in brackish water. So I think I need periodically to be alkaline on the high side. I might throw a few in with my tilapia and see what happens. She did not play it then. Kari T, it's I believe it's right around January 13th. It's after it was the broadcast when Chili was getting arrested in Las Vegas. So if you line those dates up, you only have to go one show, two shows forward, and you'll find it. I can pull the clip. Rights On has the clip. Hold on, Kari T. You want to fucking hear it? Hang on a second. Rights On. I love my fucking Rights On. Rights On. This was when Rights On realized I was actually being critical of Danny Boy at the Snooze. Was it a full-length video or a short? I'm looking, scrolling. I know I got dead air here. Scrolling. All right, so I think it's in his videos. Scroll. I'm surprised Rights On hasn't done a Dil-Dan video yet. Scrolly. Scrolling more. Is it when? Wow, I missed some rights on videos. That were on Dan. There you go. Hold on. Here you go, Kari T, just for you. Just for you. I believe you were around during this stuff, Kari T. This is the first quarter of 2023, between January and March.
Oh, no.
Well, that's what Dan said. I mean, that's what
I know.
said.
So the only reason I asked for that to be played 3 times, so that everybody can remember that, because this becomes extremely important when what you hear him say coming up.
Now, at no point have I said I have contacts within the FBI, that I have an informant within the FBI. Yep. Now, at no point have I said I have contacts within the FBI, that I have an informant within the FBI. No. I was not phoning up to check on the status of an investigation. That's not what I did. I was one of the people who was asking them to initiate the investigation.
Oh, then Dan had to spin the old contacts thing. Dan's got.
I never said jack shit about contacts.
Yes, that's what they've said, that there's an open investigation. That's it. No more comment.
Oh, that was wonderful.
This information has been verified. It has then been passed on to the FBI, who have been in touch directly with our sources. The FBI now have enough information to sink him, yes. The FBI is most definitely looking into Chile. We know this for a fact, and our source is very simple. It's the FBI. Running down, making sure we had secondary sources for everything. The crimes range from trafficking a minor across state lines, kidnap. Yes, folks, when you take a kid, even if they leave of their own free will away from their parents, apparently it's kidnap. Mystique, this has already gone to the FBI. Not sure if there is a warrant at this point or not. They won't talk to us any more than to confirm there is. That's it. Warrant, no nothing. It's the FBI. Committing a variety of federal crimes. Severe
Allegedly.
federal crimes that have not allegedly.
Okay.
We can stick the alleged up their arse. This one, he's banged to rights.
Woohoo!
Okay, go on. What?
Oh, Chile has been using the children from Ironton and Huntington to contact other children they know in different states to get these children, without their parents' permission, to board Greyhound buses and to travel up to Huntington for a rally this weekend. He has been completely caught out for this. Not only do we have multiple sources and receipts, we also have confirmation that the FBI are investigating this and looking for him. Chile has screwed himself. Yes, since the statewide bolo was put out for him.
I hadn't heard about a bolo being put out for him.
And not. She was then transferred by the detective in charge of the case for the West Virginia State Police to an FBI officer who are looking in on Chile for telling young girls in the area to contact him for support. He was not driving at 80, 79, 75, 60, 50, or 49 miles per hour. actually like to say something to Chili's moderators and those behind the scene who are helping him. Conspiracy charges are a real thing, folks. You might want to start looking after your own arse and distance yourself from this prick.
Miss Mandy reacts. It sounds like Dan has screwed himself. Dan said this shit a fucking year ago. And everyone sat there and fucking, no one fucking, we're the only ones that, us, Right On, we're the only, Right On put this video together because I started calling Dan out hard at this point in time.
So, what would be the best thing his moderators could do for their own interest right now?
If somebody comes knocking on your door with a federal badge, I would talk to them.
Whether the event goes ahead or not, the FBI now have enough information to sink him, yes. Well, the FBI is most definitely looking into Chile. We know this for a fact, and our source is very simple. It's the FBI. And our source is very simple. It's the FBI.
He's regressing. This is worrying.
Cause they up to no good, fucking dirty cops.
All right, yeah, Dan's a fucking honest guy. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, so here we go. Let's watch the latest ZB studio clip. They're up to 204 subscribers. So if you like what you see here, feel free to hop over and give them a subscribe. There's 11 comments on this video, and I think they all have to do with Laura Rader. I'm going to read them out right after we listen to this 2-minute and 39-second video, which only got 40 views a day ago. I have watched it, so pop over there and give it a view and a like if you like what's going on here.
In the shadowy corners of financial dealings, where promises bloom like flowers in spring, a scandal of quite a peculiar nature unfolded. It was a tale woven with the threads of deceit and the false shimmer of hope. Imagine a community buoyed by the announcement of a substantial grant, a whopping £300,000, destined to secure a future as bright as the morning sun. But as the tale unfolds, the light of truth casts long and dark shadows. In early 2015, an announcement made waves across a local community. It was claimed that a significant grant from the Big Lottery Fund had been secured. This financial boon was supposed to anchor the dreams of many, providing a permanent premises for operations that touched many a life. Two officials, let's call them Roy and Bronwyn, stepped forward, their hearts full of trust, their actions fueled by the promise of reimbursement. The plot thickens as Roy and Bronwyn, driven by their duties, made advance payments. The sum? £614. Not a fortune in the grand scheme, but significant enough to stir the pot of their community's dreams. They paid for what was needed: a carpet, a meter, insurance, a mundane shopping list at the heart of an impending storm. However, as Bronwyn delved deeper, the bedrock of their expectations crumbled. The Big Lottery Fund, a beacon of hope for many, had never received an application for this so-called grant. No deposit had graced the bank with its presence. The carpet, which Roy had supposedly bought for £335, bore a receipt of £160 less, the money for the meter, the insurance, never used for their intended purposes. The revelation sent ripples of shock and betrayal through the community. The trust placed in the announcement had been misplaced, the funds a mirage in the desert of their needs. As the curtain falls on this tale of deception, the lessons remain stark and vivid. Financial misconduct, the misuse of trust and funds, casts long shadows on the lives it touches. It's a stark reminder of the fragility of trust and the devastating impact of deceit. In conclusion, the consequences of such financial misadventures are not just numbers on a paper, they are dreams dashed, trusts broken, and the arduous journey back to restitution and credibility. This story serves as a cautionary tale, echoing the age-old wisdom, where money flows, let vigilance follow.
Pretty good word from ZB Studios. Let's see what's going on in here. Broom-Hilda, Broom-Hilda, first one to post a post-show comment, says, no wonder Coded always says, quote, Laura Rader, you are so smart. There's 7 replies to this. I kicked it off with the first. I'm not sure what Laura Rader has to do with this video, but Laura Rader is extremely smart, angelically smart. Jesse VR popped in a little after that, a couple hours later, and said, she is. Laura Rader is. ZB Studio then asked CodedFriend.001, who is Laura Rader? CodedFriend.001 answers, Laura is, well, she's Laura. I'll send her around to introduce herself to you. ZB Studio then says, LOL, was just wondering what side of the YouTube fence was she on. CodedFriend.001 responds, Laura is on the side of truth, loyal to the truth, not a side taker. ZB Studio responds to CodedFriend.001, nice to know, thanks. Put a little like on that one. That was an hour ago. Who else is here that I haven't liked? Cool. All good on that. Laura Rader getting a little 1,000 clout points for Laura Rader for being talked about on another channel. And then the channel owner coming to me to ask who Laura Rader is. Laura Rader is one of Coded's angels. Not much of a voice over at the WNN because they've had her blocked for a long fucking time. But oh no, is that Cart? I get you two confused. I'm going to send Carte Blanche over with Laura Rader. Miss Mandy reacts as that CodedFriend.001 Laura Rader is pretty awesome, without a doubt. Shuggy, are you still here, bud? Shuggy, can you hear me? Can you feel me near you? Shuggy, that deaf, dumb, and blind Navy kid sure played a mean pinball. Jesus, Shuggy. You are fucking Tommy. Kari T says, at Scott Amo, read again. I pass judgment on no one. That is what you all are doing. And we've judged correctly, Kari T. I would like to fucking point that out. Carte Blanche says, no, at Kari T. We are simply giving our opinion, and I have a lot of opinions, and so do you. I was judging. I have every right to judge. Scott Amos says, Kari, don't be ridiculous. Your words on the subject deliver a clear message that you possess a superiority complex in this context. I would agree with that. She does communicate that. I don't know if she means to or not, but she does communicate that. Kari T says at Carte Blanche, you don't have opinions. You have insults. Well, if an opinion can be an insult, especially... I mean, if I said Dan was a no good fucking thief, that's an insult. It's also my opinion, and it happens to fucking be true. God damn. Because it's an insult doesn't nullify the truth value. Because it's an opinion doesn't nullify truth value. It either has it or it doesn't have it. If I say Dan at Welsh News Network is a truth-telling, upright, honest individual, that's not an insult. That's a compliment. It ain't fucking true, though. Bandit 280. I like how that's word salad, Kari T. This is word salad. You don't have opinions. You have insults. It's an opinion. Unless it's true, then it's a fact. It's still an insult. Dan, to say Dan is a fucking no good, low rent, lying fucking thief. And I would assume he's so low, he would steal even from a fucking food bank. That's all insulting. It also happens to all be fucking true. Sue me if it's not, Danny boy. Bandit 2804 says Shuggy is putting on his dress, getting ready to cheer up Dan. Scott Amo says LOL coded. Must be something I said, because Bandit said this about Shuggy, not me. I just read it out. Oh my God. Carte Blanche says Laura is solid. Walter Texas says, oh, Shuggy, go up for a few minutes. Shuggy's been told by Shiz, by others, don't fucking go up on Coded's broadcast. Nobody wants me to have a direct conversation with Shuggy. I'll tear you to fucking shreds, you fucking drunk goldfish-minded motherfucker who can't remember shit he said 5 minutes ago. I don't care. I don't care if you were injured in the military or some shit happened to you. That doesn't give you carte blanche to participate in defrauding fucking YouTube people, and it doesn't give you the right to come in here and say that I lied about shit that you blatantly said. You want receipts? I'll get you fucking receipts. I'll bring more than the shit I've talked about, Shuggy. Get ready, buddy. You gonna get flooded. Kari T says, my opinion of you is quite low. Or Alan Killian says, Kari T, my opinion of you is quite low. Kari T, if you abandoned the side taking, right, and looked at it from a objective perspective, not taking sides with anything, and just listen to what's gone down now that the truth is out, you'll see who was right and who was wrong. The truth is insulting if you don't want to fucking hear it. It's amazing because, look, we'll go just a quick scriptural reference here. Jesus said he is the way, the truth, and the life, right? God said, test all things, hold on to that which is morally good. That's the truth. We're testing all things. Dan made fucking statements. We didn't force him to make the fucking statements. We didn't ask him about his military career. He volunteered that shit in order to help defraud people. And the rest of the panel, no one questioned any of his shit. Hank saw a veterans card presented by Dan, and Dan had his thumb over the fucking picture. Okay? Shuggy claims that Dan gave Shuggy initials of a person who had the same name as Dan, who served in the military at the same time. That's how Shuggy got buffooned. Then now, when you hear Hank tell the story, you got initials. So Shuggy. So you hear Hank telling a story about Dan showing a veterans card with his fucking thumb over the picture, and you, Mr. fucking intelligence guy, isn't going, why was he covering the fucking picture? And hey, when he gave me his name, he didn't really give me his full name. He just gave me initials to look up. You're a fucking intelligence guy? What the fuck? Oh, you the fucking doorman for the building? You're fucking dumb, Shuggy. You sat with a stolen valor guy defending him by keeping your fucking mouth shut while he grifted thousands of dollars off his fucking listeners. And all you're worried about right now is how you get out of this looking fucking squeaky clean. And now you're coming in saying you never said shit that you blatantly said. Oh my fucking God, Shug. Shug, tell the truth. Don't fucking lie about shit, because it's gonna make you look as bad as fucking Dan. Take credit for the shit you said. And if you can't remember that you fucking said it, find out whether you said it or not before you go around calling a person a fucking liar and telling them they made up shit. Kari T says, Coded, nothing you've said of me is true. I have never defended Dan in any way. Shut the fuck up. What are you doing here then? Lisa, oh, for the love of Pete, Coded G. What does that mean? What the fuck does that even mean? Kari T says, I have never defended Dan. You participate in his fraud. You throw money at the fuckhead. You participate in his fraud. Get the fuck out of here. Scott Amo at Kari T, you support fraud at Wrangler? What? Did she say that? Let me scroll by. Oh my God. Fuck Kari T. Defending yourself here is not a good idea, Kari T. You're going to get torn apart. Kari T at Carte Blanche. I've never said anything about having big boobs. I'm a normal woman. So are you saying that women with large breasts are abnormal? She says, we all have boobs. I don't know about that. Some have had them removed. You know, the whole breast cancer thing. That's a false statement. Walter Texas says, Bandit. That's a good one. Scott Amos says that Carte Blanche will color me surprised. Queen B says, Miss Mandy reacts. That's rich coming from you, for fuck's sake. What Miss Mandy said one thing to at Kari T. I know you like Dan and Becca a lot, so this is hard to accept. But look past your friendship for the truth. The truth will set you free. But first, I'm gonna piss you off. Yeah, you shouldn't have that would have been a perfect statement if you didn't add the but first I'm gonna piss you off. It does seem a little rich, right, Queen Bee, coming from Miss Mandy, but it's sound advice she gave up until she had to tack. See, if you, Miss Mandy, if you could just refrain from tacking on the but first I'm going to piss you off shit, that would have been a perfect fucking statement. Oh, it's not I'm. Okay, you're right. Yeah. All right. It's good advice, period. I misread that. Thank you for correcting me on that. It's good advice. What the fuck? It's good advice. Take the advice, Carter. Alan Killian says, when you defend Dan's panel that assists Dan, you are defending Dan. Yep, exactly. It's a roundabout defense, but it's a defense. Miss Mandy says that Queen Bee, I hope you're doing well. All right. Don't be facetious. Laura Rader says, damn it, I didn't know you were live. I hope you caught. We did it. We just finished a little piece about you. You're being mentioned on the latest ZB Studio video. If you want to pop over there and look at the comments, they're right here. Laura Rader. Someone, Laura, called you angelically smart. Let me get that off the screen before Laura's head gets all big. All right, so on the Welsh News Network, we have a few little things to cover here. Oh, look.
Castile offers same-day service, expert technicians, and the job done right the first time.
Honey, is my diamond fake?
No, babe.
Watching two commercials. Yeah, let me go back to that. We'll let Laura's head build up a little bit. All right, so we're at the Welsh News Network over here now. Jimmy Finch has 60 watching. started 3 hours ago. This is live coverage of the Karen Reed trial over at Law and Crime, which is the stream that they're ripping off. There are
Maybe you can clarify that.
well, one, there's no commercials, and two, there are 14,000 people watching live. Dan's just ripping off a popular fucking stream, and Felch is there fucking doing commentary, adding fucking something to make it free will or fair use. You still sucking hard fucking tit. You got 60 people watching. They have 14,000. God damn. You guys are fucking. You can't even get hits on the popular fucking.
I'm pretty sure I remembered.
All right, so if we go to I saw Laura Rader go by in the, check the comments over there. Laura gave a what the fuck over here. Scott Amos says, coded, I asked if she did. I didn't state that she did. Read the full sentence, please. Of course, by the time you read this, we would have moved on to 3 other subjects by now. My reading is not good today. What the fuck did I fuck up now? Well, there you're confessing to being a half an hour late. So you jumped in the middle of the stream. Let me find out where I fucked up Scott Amos. I'm glad I caught that because I was scrolling. Kari, don't be ridiculous. Your words on the subject to deliver a clear message that you possess a superiority complex in this context. I don't know. Whatever I fucked up, the correction for it is. God, now I got to find your fucking correction. God damn. I asked if she did. I didn't state that she did. Whatever that applies to, it stands corrected. Laura Rader says, what the fuck? Laura Rader says, trolling me is not nice. You were not trolled. It was all nice shit. Nobody said anything even close to unpleasant about you. Shuggy says, Mandy, please explain you sexy in the ass for Jesus comments to Irish Demon. Shuggy, that's deflection. You're deflecting. Miss Mandy, please don't respond to that. That's pure fucking deflection, Shuggy. If you want to ask Miss Mandy questions like that, go to her fucking stream. Or better yet, you mumble-mouthed motherfucker who can't speak clearly because you're mostly drunk most of the time, start your own fucking channel. I'm sure the Valor community of military men will back you. Oh my God. Shuggy, start your own channel so all the stolen Valor people can gravitate to you and we can pick them off one by one. Lisa says, Laura, before it gets back to you, I wanted to let you know I was talking about you on Discord. I said you were the smartest one here. Okay. She should be insulted by that? Why? Or are you saying that to insult everyone but Laura Rader? It's funny that you would call Laura the smartest one here. She is very smart. Her and Carte Blanche neck and fucking neck. But Laura Rader is the only one to ever have complimented you in this fucking chat. So maybe that's why you're calling her the smartest. Wait, hold on. Miss Mandy reacts, getting back on topic. Very good, Miss Mandy. You didn't bite on Shuggy's little fucking insult, and you said that Shuggy, please explain why you came in and called Coder a liar. Because he is. Except I've been right about just about every fucking thing when it comes to Dan and the Welsh News Network. Not only was I right, but there's so much more shit that's about to hit the fucking fan. You better have a big windproof umbrella, Shuggy, because a lot of shit about to get blown at you. Bandit 2804 says, Shuggy, if anybody should understand, equals she was drunk. She was drunk when she said it, but that doesn't excuse what she said. And I've already fucking got on her about it. I'm seriously, she almost lost her fucking safe status here. And if I hear shit like that again, I won't give a fuck what people say to you, Mandy. Don't do that shit again, drunk or sober. Being drunk is not a fucking excuse for that. That's why the scripture says, be ye sober and not filled with wine, wherein is reckless indignation. What Miss Mandy said is reckless indignation due to drunkenness. Sober, that shit probably would not have been said. Laura Rader says, Lisa, sparkly heart, sparkly heart, sparkly heart. You could say I was a stupid bitch if you wanted to. LOL. Carte Blanche says, that's Shuggy. Have you found another community to belong to as you knew Dil-Dan was going down? Pretty good move, though it was expected of you. Laura Rader says, well, I'm totally lost. LOL. Bandit says, Shuggy, how's the dress coming along? Just about time for the makeup. Are you the next one to fucking humiliate yourself for thousands of pounds on the Welsh News Network? Are you ready to fucking cross-dress like Dil-Dan? Are you going to... Dil-Dan did a female anime character. Felch did a Jimbo Felchy boy did a fucking John Wayne Gacy clown outfit. Shuggy, you got to go full dress in fishnets now, or you ain't going to be able to bring in any of that snooze dono money. Walter Texas laughing at Bandit. Carte Blanche at Bandit 2804. You need fashion advice? Question mark. Miss Mandy reacts at Bandit 2804. I suggest that he go natural. Laura Rader says, LOL, I'd be more comfortable if you were saying horrible things about me. LOL, I assume anything nice is a troll coded. I meant what I said, and it was a nice thing that I said. You are not being trolled. Kari T, all capped out. Kari T, your cap lock button is stuck down. You might have spilt a little coffee in your machine. Kari T says, yeah, Miss Mandy said something that she can't defend chomos. She double times you with chomos coded. Doesn't that make you feel great? To be honest with you, Kari T, I don't really care what Miss Mandy does or who she hangs out with. When she comes over here, I'm trying to provide an opportunity for her to behave as a decent human being. Not that I set a great model of it, so that she can figure out who she wants to be. I've said it before. She's got 1 foot on one side and 1 foot on the other side. We are commanded, if you are an actual Christian, Miss Mandy, to be in the world, but not of the world. That there are times when you seem like you're of the world. Pick a side and get on the fucking side. If you lukewarm, you get spit out. Those are the ones that get spit out. What looking for the extremely cold, those who completely deny the existence of God, or the extremely hot, because you are neither cold nor you are hot. I spit you out of my mouth. It's those people that have 1 foot on each side. You can't pretend to be a Christian and play in the fucking world. Carte Blanche says, don't worry at Laura Rader. He still gets us mixed up. It has happened 3 times during this stream. I only remember one of them, but if it was 3, keep it to yourself. You got to out me every time I confuse the two of you. Walter Texas says, start yelling now. And then on WNN, Shuggy. Laura Rader says, Carte Blanche, sideways face laughing. Laura Rader says, Shooky has a grinder account. You know you're talking about mechanics, right? That's fucking nasty. I don't know if mechanics would like that. You were kissing up to him the other day, saying how much you missed him. Now you're outing him for his Grinder account. Damn it. Shooky, swiping to the right. Is that the right direction for acceptance? I don't know anything about the Grinder shit. Lisa, I said it because I felt it was the truth. It wasn't meant as an insult to anyone. Well, that if you feel it's the truth, it's still opinion. When you know it's the truth, that's when you say it. Kari T says, the words came out of her mouth and you've heard them. You must be a sad man. Defend such a vile woman. When did I defend her, Kari T? This is the twist that you do. You're just like the douchebags over at... Miss Bandy reacts as LOL, singing Shuggy, I'm dying. I'm not defending her. I've called her out for what she said. She's got to figure out whether she wants to be with that fucking crowd or if she wants to be... She needs to figure out if she wants to be of the world or existing in the world. I know you don't know the difference, Kari T. Miss Mandy should know the difference. She needs to pick one side or the other. That's not defending her, Kari T. You smooth words, Kari T. I like butter, not. Laura Rader says, Lisa, I know. Ignore coded the asshole, LOL. But that's the exact opposite of you saying you pay attention when I'm nice. Or you think you're being trolled. I guess it's not opposite, but there are conflicting statements. You ignore me when I'm being an asshole, but if I compliment you, you take it that you're being trolled. You're playing me all wrong, Laura. Maybe you should hang out with Shooky a little more. Lisa says, and that is another lie, LOL. Carte Blanche says, hey, at Kari T, your goon squad came in and called me a chomo and that the AFP were coming after me. Keep trying, dear. Laura Rader said, Coded wakes up every day and says, I shall choose violence today. I choose to speak violently. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. They're just words. My God. What is the... I'll do it another time. Carte Blanche says, I would say he's stubborn, not Laura Rader. If you ignore me when I'm an asshole, what the fuck are you paying attention to? What are you hearing? Walter Texas says, at least I bet you he's going to be 45 minutes behind in about 5 more minutes. That was set at 12:50. It's 12:56. Walter Texas, you lose that bet. You could buy me lunch today. I'd like a meatball hoagie, half sauce. Don't get it all soppy, wet, and shitty. Laura, LOL, I know he's just trying to stir drama like he always does. Well, it worked, man. We've been dogging Dan. Imagine how much more money Dan would have grifted people out of if we hadn't been fucking dogging him. Laura Rader says, he's a shit stirrer for sure. Well, you want to get it evenly mixed before you throw it into the fan. Otherwise, it gets too clumpy and it doesn't splatter as well. Kari T says, at Carte Blanche, you're seriously deluded, as you aren't a chomo that I know of, but that panel of guys Meshi was getting drunk with are. Yeah, but they said it about Carte Blanche, your little fucking goony goon squad. Laura, if your squad is a goon squad, that makes Becca Alice the Goony Goo Goo. Carte Blanche says, don't jinx him at Walter Texas. He's been doing great so far. Nice. Walter Texas says, who at Carte Blanche? Coded? Miss Mandy says, I do not talk to chomos. All right, let's just get off that fucking horse shit. You said what you said. It doesn't matter. See, this is the crux of the matter for me. It's not who you were talking to, it's what you said. The other people can rail about who you were talking to. I don't give a shit about that. What you said is what fucking came close to me saying, no more here. Don't do that shit again. It's not who you were talking to, it's what you said. Laura Rader, as GMK would say, Kari T's cap button called and said it needs a smoke break. Kari T says, I don't drink coffee either. Well, that might be why you don't fit in very well here. We are all coffee connoisseurs. Maybe an exception or two, but they keep quiet about not drinking coffee. Walter, Texas says, being behind the chat actually helps me because it's hard to type on my phone. I'm glad it helps you. Kurt Blanche says, of course I know I'm not. I have a WWCC, and who looks at that before it's given? Oh, the AFP, which at Shuggy said was after me. Oh, no. The AFP is after me. Shuggy dropped a dime. Shuggy dropped a dime. We should do like a Schoolhouse Rocks version of explaining the AFP. And we could start it off with some fucking decrepit, peanut brittle, fucking boned ex-Navy seaman. First question on the why do you want to join the British Royal Navy test? Why are you gay? Kari T says, I'm not on my laptop. Try again. I'm only ever on my phone. Hence no caps lock problem. A digital button can't get stuck down? Okay. Hello Baby says, no one is paying attention to that chomo talk, Mandy. Yeah, again, it's not who you were talking to. It's what you said. Don't do that again. Alan Killian says, Kari T doesn't drink coffee. She boofs it. Oh. Would that be like a coffee enema? Coffee enema? Does she do caffeinated enema or decaffeinated enema? Carte Blanche got a kick out of that. So did Hello Baby. Alan. Laura Rader says, Alan, sparkly heart. Carte Blanche laughing at Coded. Bandit 2804. I like being nice to Mandy. You just know it drives that shiz character even more nuts than she already is. I would be nice to Mandy for the sake of being nice to Mandy. I wouldn't be nice to Mandy to bother Shiz. That's not a good motivation. But hey, at least you're being fucking nice to somebody. Walter, Texas. See, Walter is proof that you don't have to be brutal and you can still be funny as fuck. All caps, Walter says, my phone has a caps lock. Carte Blanche says, if I shift lock, I can do caps. Apparently, Miss Mandy liked my Shuggy song. I don't know if I could even repeat it. That was impromptu, spur of the moment. Laura Rader says, Walter, how dare you point out Kari T's error? Kari T says, at Walter, Texas, if you can get coffee in a button on a phone, it must be a very old phone. Your screen can crack, you moron. I'm trying to be nicer. Kari, why don't you just fucking try to get along with one person in the chat? And now that the WNN is about to disintegrate, you'll have a place to fucking, come chat with people. I know you don't listen to Dan. I know you're just there for the fucking chat. I know you like Blackout. You're going to be outnumbered on that one here. But if you want to, make a case for why Black is likable. Maybe you'll change somebody's mind. I don't have a fucking problem with that. Just try to get along with one person in the side chat. except Lisa, not Lisa. Lisa says, why does he do that stupid voice when he reads my comments? No, Conan, you're 45 minutes behind in the chat. It's what I envision you sounding like, Lisa. Walter Texas is swiping what Laura. Damn, that's hard for me to do. Miss Mandy reacts, says, I do and I have. I hope that's an answer to my question as to whether you're going to decide to be of the world or just in the world. Start with James 127. Find a widow or an orphan to visit that's going through tough times and keep yourself unstained by the world. That's it. God only asked you to visit. He didn't ask you to give him money, bring him anything. He asked you to visit. When in the visitation, in the conversation, Christianity is about relationships. It's about relationships. That's why that's pure religion, to go and visit the less fortunate, the truly powerless, children with no fathers, women without husbands. It's a little different in the modern age. I get it, but the Lord said, do it. He didn't say do it up until the modern age. He said, do it. So we do it. Just do that, Mandy, for someone. And in the resultant conversation and relationship development, you will begin to understand what would be helpful for said widow or for said orphan. And I guarantee you this, God will provide the resources necessary to be of assistance. If you do that, he'll bless you. If you take the blessing and do his work with it, you'll be further blessed. If you take the blessing and use it for your own gain, even a portion of it, you won't get blessed until you've completely repented of it. Queen Bee says, Miss Mandy, there's literally clips of you defending chomos. The internet isn't as big as you think. Just when you think you can't go any lower, boom. Yeah, can we save that for somewhere else? Laura Rader said, Lisa, I've been wanting Coded to read my comment in his retarded voice for so long now. Not kidding. Caps lock at Kari T. Laura, you would have to do something stupid unintentionally. Walter Texas says, caps lock at Kari T. Card Palone says, that Lisa, he secretly loves you. Don't worry. He gets Laura and I mixed up and we play on it. I don't dislike Lisa. I like to make fun of Lisa. I don't dislike Lisa. I hope people understand that. Obviously, Lisa doesn't. Cart and probably Laura Rader are smart enough to figure it out. Lisa says, Blanche, I may need to shower now. LOL. Are you pushing your button while you're listening to my voice? What do you mean you might need to? Wow, that's creepy, Lisa. I might have to take back what I just said. Carte Blanche, get a kick out of it. Walter Texas says, at Hello Baby, I feel you in my head. Queen Bee, tisk tisk, messy Mandy, you sure did miss me with your bullshit. Queen Bee, I'm reading out your comments for a specific reason. I've asked Miss Mandy not to react to this shit while she's in my side chat. She is doing very well. So I'm going to ask you, I respect your right to free speech. I'm not going to tell you can't do it. I'm going to ask you for the benefit of it's peripheral to the content here. Can you ease up on it? I think you've made your point. And I think Miss Mandy has done a good job not responding. So I like both of you guys. I understand where both of you guys are coming from. Believe me, when it comes to the potential chomo shit, my eyes are open, Queen Bee. I'm making sure it doesn't occur. Walter Texas says, aha, coded. Are you going to cap lock the whole show? Coded cap lock featuring the text messages of Walter Texas. Kari T says, Walter, it's okay. I know you don't get it. I'm not surprised. You can't get coffee in a phone key, brainchild. You can if the screen's cracked. Lisa says, Coded, how tall are you? I've said it a million times. Don't you pay attention? I'm 5'8". Laura Rader says, Coded, coming at all of us today. I love it. Walter Texas says, lose 200, or Carte Blanche says, at Walter Texas, lose 250 clout points for that comment, and I gain 350. Okay. Kari T says, Meshy Mandy always overreaches. Well, we're helping her work on that, so don't fucking keep tempting her to do it. Walter Texas says, at Kari T, I'm really sorry that you have difficulty reading. At least either earlier you did. Laura Rader says, read this in the most retarded voice you have. Shuggy is still a pussy for threatening Carte Blanche Day of P. I hope that worked out well for you. Laura says, LOL, you've got the retarded voice now. Ha, ha, ha. Or Lisa said that to Laura. I feel like I'm retarded. Maybe I'm too high today. Kari T says, I have no goon squad. I travel alone. After all, I dealt with Messy Mandy's attacks for over 9 months. She made me stronger. All right, Kari T. So if Miss Mandy made you stronger, why can't you just be thankful for that and not come back and try to beat her up lest you make her stronger? And then you have a fucking problem again. If she made you stronger, even if she didn't intend to do it, thank her for it, forgive her for the bullshit, and move the fuck on. Try to make friends with someone in the side chat, Kari T. Not Lisa. Not Lisa. I don't need 2 people bitching about me being 45 minutes behind in the chat while I'm eating my chicken nuggets dipped in. I bet you're a honey mustard girl. You strike me as a honey mustard girl, Laura or Lisa. Damn it. Getting Lisa confused with Laura and Cart now. Fuck. I might actually reveal that I like Lisa. It's making fun of her that I like the most. Walter Texas says, I don't know what that means. Like a ped F? Chomo? Yeah. Yeah, Chomo is same as P3DO, the robot they didn't let into Star Wars. Miss Mandy reacts says, yes, Walter. All right, what were we? Oh, I was going to point out this. The yesterday's coverage of the Karen Reed trial, the day 8 coverage that had been missing has now reappeared. Clickety.
His network coverage of the Karen Reed murder trial.
There's Jim Below Felch right there. A whole 417 people watched it. Woohoo! You'll notice there's no side chat. There's no side chat. You can go to Welsh News Network, click on this. Who cares if you give it a fucking view? Well, your one view doesn't matter. If you gave this thing another 100 views in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't fucking matter. The Schnews Network has 11,300 subs and only 417 people showed up. So, if 100 people went to double check whether the side chat was here and they got credit for all the looks, it ain't going to affect the fucking statistics at all. So there's no side chat. So something got said in the side chat yesterday that Dan needed to have removed. I wonder if Laura Rader could talk to Biff Thundermuffin and get a copy of that has the side chat in it. I know that Shiz got a copy of it, or one of Shiz's close acquaintances has a copy. Biff Thundermuffin or Paul Barry. Paul Barry. I miss those guys. Hey, Shuggy, the link is still posted if you want to come on in. The water's fine, sir. We'll talk about that time you walked in that Russian defector. I can't believe you're saying you didn't fucking say that, Shuggy. That's a fucking layup one. All right, so the day 8 coverage is back minus the side chat. So there was something revealing in there about Dan.
The number one food that kills testosterone and metabolism.
This is a metabolism.
Listen to that fucking, and of course, you know, there's a Bob Dylan line that I'm very fucking fond of, and it's patriotism is the last refuge to which the scoundrel clings. So what does Dan open his what elephant in the room stream with? Fucking patriotism.
Come on, company!
Uh-oh, Miss Mandy strikes back at Kari T. At codedfriend.001. Yeah, Coded, get it right. She's not on a laptop because the one Dan sent her blew up. Oh, wait, Shuggy just chimed in. Hold on, let me get down to the Shugman. Shuggy, the link is still posted if you want to come up and talk. I'll give you 10 minutes. Irish Demon's here. Hello, Irish Demon. Says, no, Kari T, what you said on Dan's side chat about me not caring about subscribers unless they send super chats. In all fairness, I think I'm guilty of having said that too. So glad to have you here, Demon. Shuggy says, I wonder what other ways exist that take down videos outside of the creator's control. You would know that. I'm sure Dan could explain it to you. He's, done it to me with his bitch fest cry shit simply because I read a piece of scripture that says God has said that male on male, female on female is not kosher. And remember that about a year ago this time, everybody lost their fucking minds. You guys hate God, and I don't like the fact that you hate God. So, Shuggy, the link is Demon, I'll run the risk of getting porn bombed. Demon, if you want to come up, the invite link is posted in the pinned in the chat. Come on up. If I get porn bombed, I get porn bombed. It doesn't really fucking bother me. It hasn't, aside from eliminating the side chat, it hasn't fucked up anything on the broadcast. Laura Irish Demon says, cheers to Jam and Jet. Good. Irish is getting a, good. Irish Walter Texas says, Irish Demon, I use one of those old 8 balls to predict the future. Carpalot says, for fuck's sake, I don't do balls, gold or crystal. I do play snooker at Irish Demon. Jim and Jet says, at Irish Demon, great. See you safe on the ground again. Are you, Demon, are you on your way over to? That's what Carte Blanche was responding to. Irish Demon said, Carte Blanche, sadly, my crystal ball is on to be polished. So I'm not sure what your reasoning is. Oh. Shuggy says that's a really bad assumption as to why the video is taken down. Okay, that's your opinion. I mean, there were people going after Dan in the fucking side chat, and Jimmy was kooking a little bit. There was some shit erased. Whatever, Shuggy. That's what you do, Shuggy. This is what you do. You make fucking excuses. Why don't you say the actual reason then? If I'm wrong, then say what the reason was. You always talk in vagarities, so you can't be pinned to your statements. But you've made enough vague statements, dude, that I think people know you were covering for fucking Dan. I wonder what other ways exist that take you. Well, you go ahead and wonder away, drunk boy. Why don't you come up and explain it? That's Shuggy, not Shooky. Laura Rader says, Shooky. Oh, there's Shooky. I have a friend on the Canadian police force that needs to know. What did... Damn it. I scrolled too soon. There's been some interesting shit going on. Right. Laura Rader wants to know. So why was the stream really taken down? Well, I didn't get the first Shooky QQ comment. By the way, lads and lassies, the Shooky double Q account is McAddict's. One of his 200 sock accounts, according to Bandit. Sometimes I think Bandit and McAddict's might be the same person. Sometimes. Walter Texas says, hey, Bandit, do we know the second Shuggy? Maybe Walter Texas is picking up the same vibe I am. Irish Demon says, I just want to put it out there that I do a lot with subscribers outside of YouTube. I care a lot about the people, not the super chats. From Demon and I have, Demon's talked about it. I've talked about it. We've been fucking, throwing jabs at each other for a couple minutes a day, daily for, a week or two now. And I've seen some insights into Demon. Yeah, man, Demon can get petty, man. He can get fucking petty. I can get petty too. So Demon and I have had some petty moments together. In between, though, there have been some there have been some bright moments. I do think Demon cares about people. I do. Mostly me saying that Demon was peeling off the contributions he gets. And to be honest with you, it's a hunch. I have no proof either way. I don't have proof that he does or he doesn't because no receipts are shown. So just outright stating that he was peeling was, to go as far as possible to get Demon to show the fucking receipts for the money that went through the PayPal. I've seen enough. I know enough at this point in time about Demon to say I feel he's an honest player in the game. He's just, when it comes to the financial stuff, he's sloppy. And the important of Irish Demon says, coded, remember the other night we talked about the receipts I showed you? We did. And that's, I've been trying to be vague about it. You've shown me enough that I am saying what I'm saying now. I think the takeaway from it is, I went to the extreme with Demon to pressure him, to try to force him to show the receipts, because showing the receipts is so fucking important. Not because Demon is or isn't dishonest, but it sets a stage for the dishonest players like Dan, who have run real grifts in the real world, to come onto a digital platform and extend their grift reach. If the honest people take the time to show the receipts, it makes it that much more difficult for the lazy, low fruit picking grifters to come in and grift, because now they've got to show receipts. That's a hurdle. That's an impediment to dishonesty. Can receipts be faked? And Irish Demon made a solid case on this. Receipts can be faked, and it isn't really all that difficult to do, but fakes can be caught, and faking receipts is good evidence that shit. No receipts is good evidence that shit is not 100% kosher. Faking receipts is great evidence that shit is not kosher. Plus, grifters tend to be lazy, and when it comes to accountability, they'll avoid areas where it's obvious people are being held accountable for what they did with the money they received. Stoned Vet's in here. What's up, Coded and Gang? Can't be in chatting, but listening. Good to have you here, SV. Glad you're here. SV, am I being too hard? One question. Am I being too hard on Shuggy? Jam and Jet says, that Shuggy, I don't feel bad for. I feel bad for the listeners. I don't feel bad for I don't feel bad for. I feel bad for the listeners that take the time out and money out of their day. I agree with that 100%. Shooky, the fake Shuggy account, which is McAddick, says, then how do you have a friend on it? Send more pics to him. The fuck are you talking about? Jam and Jet says, that Irish Demon, if he didn't get caught, it never happened. Irish Demon, I think he's taught, writes Roger that. Thanks for clearing that up. Shuggy says, you are right, Jammin'. Right. If you never get caught, it never happened. I'm not talking about Demon. I'm talking about that statement in general. I don't think Jammin' Jet was directing it at Demon, but his name is there to address him. I don't know for sure. Shuggy says, you're right, Jammin'. Get it? That's why the receipts are important. The paper trail's important. That's why businesses have to fucking produce financial statements so that the shareholders, the board members, the owners, the management have knowledge that everything's on the up and up. Kari T, our Irish Demon says, Kari T, you said it in response to a nasty comment Touche made, and then agreed with her and followed up with that comment. If I didn't care, I wouldn't bother asking you. Just was confused as to why. Look, in Demon's defense, I think Demon was. I don't think Demon's accustomed with producing an expense report, a statement of uses and means. Means would be the money in, uses would be how the means were used. It's not that difficult. I think a lot of people are ignorant to it, and I think maybe I haven't done it the right way. But I don't think there hasn't been any real push. I mean, the only time I saw anyone ever talk about receipts was Kate during the legal fund contributions, and that was because the amount of money got so high, which is what I think prompted Kate to do the show receipts thing, because we were talking about a lot of money. On the small, it's just as important. Dan's been pilfering his fucking listeners with the idea of contributing falsely to charities and pocketing the money, which he's been convicted of in the past. It's easy to steal the nickel dime shit. It's easy to do it because no one expects any proof to be shown. Carte Blanche says, hey, at Stone Vet, did Shuggy tell you that you smoke too much weed and drink too much? We're not saying that you do. We're just saying Shuggy claims he had said that. Stone Vet says, I wish Shuggy would have seen the light sooner, but at the end of the day, it's YouTube, and I don't blame Shuggy for Dan's transgressions. I don't blame Shuggy for Dan's transgressions. I blame Shuggy for enabling it. Dan bamboozled a British naval veteran, Shuggy, who claims to have been a member of British intelligence. A low-rent conman grifter like Dan bamboozled Shuggy by Shuggy not wanting to see proper credentials. That's the enabling. Then Shuggy sat by Dan's side, bearding him, lending credibility to him, and helping Dan cover his stolen valor with the excuse it's no one's business, it's sensitive material, all that shit. The truth is always sensitive when it busts up a money-making grift. Come on, Shug. You need to do a little fucking mea culpa. Shuggy says, Cart, that is not what I said. Please go back and read what I said. You said you told him he smokes too much. I don't know about the drink part, but you said you told him he smokes too much. Stone Vet says, is this a great detente between coded? Is this a great detente? Look, my opinion of Demon is shifting because Demon, privately albeit, showed me receipts. He showed me receipts that, do a good job proving that he said what he said he did what he said he did. Demon has also told me that in the future he will get a independent, dedicated PayPal account to send donations through if, so he isn't commingling donated funds with his personal funds. That's more important to me than proving someone took money or not. If Demon's willing to step up and say, hey, this is a better way to do things, and show his 58,000 subscribers how he's doing better accounting for, tracking, and proving the spending of money. If Demon's going to do that, I don't give a fuck what went down in the past. I care about today and what goes on in the future. That's the important part. So Demon's done enough to change my mind. What other people do because they haven't seen what I've seen, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it, and don't change your opinion because I did. Ask to see what I saw. But I don't want you to swamp the guy in requests and bullshit. He did right. And we'll leave it at that. He did right. I was wrong in saying that he took money. I was wrong in saying that. I was wrong too. And, I got a little too harsh with Chloe, who absolutely does strike me as a very sweet person. But these were attempts to put pressure on Demon to get him to show receipts. And he did when he said complete transparency. He did say he wasn't going to sit there and go through his PayPal, but he would provide via email or, another digital means. He would provide evidence to show that the money was used appropriately. He did that with me. It's not mine to forward on to other people. I told him I would look at it and I would not show it to anyone else, and I'm going to honor my word on that. If he wants to give it to other people, he can give it to other people. He has my vote of confidence, and especially going forward, if he sets up a dedicated PayPal and that stuff. And to be for complete transparency on my part, I will help offset his expenses when he travels over to Wales to interview people who have been wronged by Dan, I will contribute financially to help offset Demon's expenses. All Demon has to do is ask, and I will happily do it. Also, Demon indicated to me that Demon was going to do maybe a fund drive collection for the food pantry that Dan, the food bank, we call them food pantries here, the food bank that Dan, conned and defrauded. And if Irish Demon does that, I will contribute to the food pantry. Also, Demon and I have also discussed me making another contribution, which I'll be more than fucking happy to do. Make another contribution to the Cork Penny dinners in the same amount to get a dedicated day, which Demon said he will show up and serve, which is fucking phenomenal. We can do that right away, or we can do that on Limey's anniversary or his birthday. I'd rather maybe, it's up to Demon. I'll let Demon choose. We can do it right away. We can do it on the anniversary of Yeah. That's perfect. I'd rather do it that way, Demon. That's way better. They're fucking smart over there. Irish Demon said, "Oh yeah, I spoke to the food bank and they said given the circumstances, they'd rather we share a link for direct contribution to avoid any issues." Yeah, that's I wouldn't do it any other way than that. So what I meant was you're going to provide a methodology to contact them digitally and make a contribution direct to them. And if you do that, I will be contributing to that. Demon and I have talked about another Cork Penny dinners donation in the amount to get the dedicated day. Demon can take the credit for it and promote his YouTube channel in remembrance of Limey. And I'll eat crow pie on that one, having been too harsh, but I think the end result, not that I'm much of a Machiavellian, and I hate to justify my shit this way, but I think the long-term good will outweigh any of the short-term negatives. So yeah, we're going to do some good. All this bullshit from Dan is going to turn out good in the long run, because he's called attention to a food bank that is in need of support that got taken advantage of, albeit taken advantage of by Dan. Go ahead and fucking sue me, Dan. You were convicted of fraud and you were convicted of theft, and it was not fucking overturned. Sue me. Laura Rader wants to know, in all caps, does Shuggy still have me personally blocked? Irish Demon says, yeah, that'd be great. The next couple of weeks are jam-packed, but we can work something out for sure. We can set it off down the road. I mean, I told Demon, I'm fucking cash-strapped right now. I took my sock drawer money. It got to 10. I banked it, and I wired it yesterday to an escrow account in the Philippines. We've had a group of people in my home locale in the Philippines that's been trying to get a concrete paved access road up into the mountain. We only have a road that goes through, one road that goes through our barangay, and it's elevated above the river floodplain. That's it. There are no other roads in our barangay except dirt paths. There are elderly people. There are kids that have to come down the mountain, go to school. They have a difficult time with it. In the rainy season, it can be a little bit treacherous for younger people and for the elderly. So our group got our congressman to pledge 5 million Philippine pesos, which works out to be just to shake off 90,000. and I've contributed 10 grand. Other people have contributed equally large amounts of money, Filipino citizens who are outside our area, but they were born there. They're now in the city. They have good jobs. They've pledged comparable amounts of money to fund an overage in case the amount that it's going to come in close to budget, and there's no allocation for real error in the budget. So, or unforeseen ground conditions, or the possibility that as we're leveling terrain, we might wind up in a situation where we have to build a bridge. So there's been funds allocated. So, I have 10 grand. It might not all be spent, but it's going to be locked up in an escrow account for a couple of months to cover overages. I have to fund a vacation with my wife and son, which we've been planning to go to Vietnam, but my son is in love with Mount Fuji. He saw a picture of it, and now he has to go to Mount Fuji. So we may be going to Japan instead, which is good because I have a cousin who went over to Japan to teach English after college and married a beautiful Japanese girl, and he is never coming home. He's been there for probably 15 to 25 years. So, if we push it off, I don't know when Limey's birthday was, but if we do it on, I'd rather remember Limey's birthday than the day of his passing, but it's your choice, whichever you want to do. And we can do one sooner than that. I mean, I was really impressed with the Cork Penny dinners. I should probably keep putting their link up. Kari T says, I've always been nothing but kind to Demon and Chloe both. I do want to ask him something as well sometime. Why be on WNN's panel last Friday when it was just Becca and us chatters? If you can't figure that one out at this point, he was fucking collecting information. Doing it on a day when Dan's not there makes it easier because Dan's the one who shuts everyone up, and Dan's a fucking fable spinner. If you omit the known liar from the group, it helps to collect real fact, and it helps to let people who maybe are intimidated speak openly. I think it was a smart play on Demon's part. Walter Texas says that hello baby, me thinks Demon is in trouble now. Trouble for what? Oh, Irish Demon said, hello baby, I never ask anyone for permission to do what I do, ever, when it comes to what I say. I believe that about Demon. I don't think Demon's getting Shiz's permission to do anything. I do believe they're working together, but I don't think that Demon is reliant on Shiz's permission. Demon's like me in a lot of ways. Some ways we're not alike, but in a lot of ways we're alike. Laura Rader shouts, does Shuggy still have me personally blocked? Laura Rader says, I am cap locking until Shuggy answers me. You're just going to encourage him to stay silent. Kari T says, that Jammin' Jet, his chats are PG. Yes, I'm a mod there, and there are never people attacked in the chat. We watch court stuff and laugh, nothing more. Who? That can't be a reference to Dan. All right, I got to scrolly. Alan Killian says, must be a recess at the Reed trial. Carte Blanche says, at Shuggy, he is still here at Laura Rader. Laura Rader drops the cap locks and says, meow, purr. Maybe that will draw him out. I don't know. I've heard stories about how Shuggy likes to get one-on-one Discord video calls with the ladies of YouTube. Jam and Jet says, at Rebel, hey Rebel, I hope all is well with you and yours. Rebel's here? I scrolled past Rebel! Rebel says, okay, I'm here. Time to start. I missed you, Rebel. I got to get going in a minute here. All right, let's play Danny's little fucking... the cap locks are back on with fucking Laura. I have never once gone at Shuggy at Stoned Vets chat. I save that for coded. Now answer me, Shuggy, you pussy. Ellen Killian says, simp magnet? All right, let's play this. Let's play this beautiful Bane footage.
Good evening, all. Yes, not my usual flamboyant, boisterous entrance.
Flamboyant. Would that be a gay comment?
It's been a very, very long day. And this will not be our usual show. As you may have noticed, there is only me here. That's because I wanted to do this alone. As it should be. I am going to read out a statement, and then that's it. This show is not going to cover anything else.
That is her strength, Walter Texas. That is her strength.
Just that. Good evening, all. I would like to read the following statement on advice of legal counsel.
He fucked up reading his prepared statement.
I would like to read the following statement on advice of legal counsel and NWP. I will not be taking any questions. The recent allegations against myself by another YouTuber are in fact not true. Some of the sources of these allegations are a former partner of mine who...
Another YouTube creator. This isn't me. I've never talked to a former partner of Dan. Address my allegations, you flim-flam, stolen valor, grifty thief.
The YouTuber identified as CD. CD has a long criminal history, including a police caution for domestic violence against myself, and was ruled an unreliable witness in a case against me. Her and her family have threatened, attacked, and harassed me in the past, as well as being violent towards my son. The counsellor he speaks of appears to be a counsellor who was punished for bullying, harassing an elderly member of council staff, along with violations.
Dan's not the bad guy. Everyone else is. Look how bad these people are. He is going live. I got it up. I'm waiting for it to come on.
Along with the violations of GDPR, on the advice of legal counsel and NWP, I will no longer be publicly addressing the claims of this YouTuber, nor...
Nope, wasn't me. Not going to talk about it. Look, there's other bad people over there.
Or will I have any contact with this individual or those associated with him after the doxing of my son's full name yesterday night / early hours of this morning?
I had no idea what Dan was talking about when he said this. Demon did a follow-up after this. I think someone put Dan's son's identity, name, and address in the side chat. Demon didn't fucking do that. You can't control what people put in the fucking side chat. You can get rid of it after, but you can't control them putting it in there. Kari T says, I have nothing bad to say about anyone other than messy and chilly because I think they are both detestable. I've always stood up for those who deserved it. Again, Dan timed me out the other night for it. All right, Kari T, relax. We're not big fans of you over here because of the way you behave over here. It doesn't have much to do with the Welsh News Network. It has to do with your behavior when you head over here. You come across as fucking, an elitist. I understand. You're handicapped, you're in a wheelchair, you don't get around much. You might not have great social skills. It's showing. Try to make friends with one fucking person here other than Lisa. He coded. You're 45 minutes behind in the chat.
Morning. I'm sorry if this action upsets some of you, but I must do what is right and best for myself and my family. If you feel...
All right, Dan must do what's right and best for himself and his family. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you Johnny Plot at the O-Hole. Here we go, live.
Know why the majority of you are here, and I'm going to make a couple announcements about that here in just a second. So I have invited Dan to come on the show. I've sent him a link. I haven't heard back from him. I let him know last night I was going to do this. I offered him a place to come in where he wouldn't be bombarded with sensationalism. Has Irish Demon been messing with your tech? Probably. Actually, in a good way, though. So I was having problems with my GPU, or so I thought. So Irish Demon connected me with...
Damn it, this motherfucking has-been hack can't make a fucking convincing 5-minute short acting. Has twice the listeners we do. Damn it. Kari T says, sorry, Coded. Again, you're wrong. My social skills are just fine. They have all attacked me, which is fine, for standing up for Becca and only defending myself. See how you come across? No, Kari, no one here likes you. It's not everyone. Get it? Try to make friends with one fucking person in the side chat. We'll work from there. Maybe you can make 2 friends.
With his guy, and his guy was able to send me another GPU, and it got here today. I kept pushing the stream. I wanted to do this a little bit earlier, but I was pushing the stream, hoping that I could get to the computer fixed in time, and I didn't. But I've got a workaround, so here we are. But Demon was attempting to help, so there we are. Anyway, so I did invite Dan to come on to kind of give more context to some of the things that he said, give him a place to have a voice where maybe some cooler heads will prevail, and honestly kind of clear up some of the things that he said. Mr. Andret, I also dislike Windows 11. Now, here's the thing. Irish Demon and I have been working on this together for the past week. I've been quietly gathering things on Dan for quite some time. Hello, Torres Music. Good to see you. Good to see all of you, by the way. Hi to everybody who I didn't say hi to. Hello, which is all of you except for Tor. And it's not that I don't like you. I figure you guys don't want to hear me pontificate too much, so here we are. All right. So if you guys have questions, I'll do the best that I can to answer as many questions as possible about this situation. Angel Gamer, good to see you. No, I remember you. Scott Butcher says, I've missed what's going on. So a lot of you, I'm sure almost all of you here, are familiar with the content creator known as Welsh News Network, Dan Jones, Daniel Jones. All of you are, I'm sure the majority of you are familiar, but for those who aren't, quick recap. Welsh News Network, Dan Jones came onto the scene about 1.5 years, 2 years ago during the Chile fiasco. Hey, Colin, good to see you. He was one of the many folks who kind of got into this space, this YouTube space. I don't want to call it a community because I'm, not that I don't like you guys. I don't know. I think it's kind of cultish to call it a community. Maybe that's just me. That being said, so Dan brings himself into my channel and Team Skeptics channel, Irish Demons channel, a lot of channels for all the chili stuff, right? And at the time, he seemed like this guy who was just really interested in what was going on with chili, which is perfectly fine. A lot of us were, right? Chili's kind of fun and easy to make fun of. Simply because Chili's an idiot. But, you didn't hear that from me. Maybe you did. Who knows? Anyway. Frauditor dude, boring stuff, says Just Call Me Abby. Some of his stuff, his panels, the 8-hour streams, they can get a little, it's just like, and he did stay exactly in that lane the entire time, really doing a whole lot of chili stuff. It started to kind of open up a little bit. What's going on, Shuggy? Try to open up a little bit and do like the Blandino trial and a couple of other little things here and there. And, that being said, tiresome, yeah, maybe. That being said, so he had his space, and he liked to poke fun at the same people that we like to poke fun at, and no big deal, right? Well, he also started kind of exaggerating his importance. I say exaggerating his importance. He put out a bunch of stuff that, like little things here and there about being connected here and being connected there. And it's like, all right. Well, so I guess the best way for me to do it is just kind of start at the beginning with how and the reason why I brought Dan onto the show. So during the time that Chili was threatening to sue everybody in class action lawsuits, et cetera, Dan reached out to me via email and said, hey, if anybody, if Chili does go through with this, this lawsuit, these class action lawsuits, let me know and I have no problem paying for it. And I was like, sure, yeah, whatever, no big deal. Thinking that for me, I was like, man, Chili's not gonna, he's not gonna do that shit. Just because he knows he can't. I mean, he might attempt to, but it's not going to get him anywhere because Chili doesn't know how class action lawsuit works. That being said, I kind of just like, all right, cool, whatever, and dismissed it. And then, I saw him in the chat one day. It's like, yeah, let's bring him up here and just kind of shoot the shit, see what this guy's all about. I did that for a little bit, and he seemed harmless enough at the time. Articudo, thank you so much for those gifted memberships. I absolutely appreciate that. By the way, I do want to make one little announcement here. Yes, the plot hole is this is not necessarily a place where I make a whole bunch of money, right? That's not, this definitely augments my income, but at the same time, I'm not here to, fucking clean up. I just don't have I don't have I don't have the time that it would take to spend on content creation to get to the level of like Team Skeptic, Creaky Blinder, et cetera, right? I just don't have the time, right? I have 4 kids, I have a wife, I've got animals, and I have film projects. I have things that take me away from this, right? So I just don't have the time that it takes to spend in order to build this channel the way that some of the other larger creators have. It is what it is. It's not, I'm not complaining. I'm not, whatever. Oh, boo-hoo. No, that's not it. It's just, at the end of the day, that's kind of where I'm at, right? I have more important things to really spend my time on. Not that you guys aren't important, because I do appreciate every one of you coming here and, give me shit and have a good time. Fred Knott says, the cute wife, we still can't figure that one out. I cannot either. I stopped trying because I figured if I did figure it out, then I would, I was like, oh no, I've unlocked the mystery. Now it's over. Anyway, Mexican Bob says, plus the beard takes hours to clean and maintain. I don't have the beard as big anymore. I still have a beard, but it's been trimmed way down because, again, of film projects. Just the way it goes. Sweet Melissa says, killing time. I'm a little bit. I am trying to give Dan the benefit of the doubt to pop on. Just in case he wants to make an appearance and kind of answer some questions that I have. Hey, Mr. Shorting's Cat, good to see you. 14,000 subs is nothing to sneeze at. No, it's not. No, it really isn't. And that's the thing. I'm not complaining about what my unquote YouTube career, not at all. But I brought that up because people do send in super chats, people do, gift memberships and become members, and I greatly appreciate that. Absolutely do appreciate that. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that, yes, I do use YouTube to augment my income. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with any channel doing that. What I don't like are the people that augment their income in not so honest ways. Come in here and say, hey, I'm collecting money for this. Make sure that money goes to whatever you said you're collecting money for. I don't know. Many of you may remember, like, my biggest, I don't want to say my biggest case because that just sounds pretentious, but one of the bigger things that I got into way back when with the whole Sean Hufford thing, and, having Sean Hufford on and kind of exposing, along with a few other people, exposing Sean Hufford's, alleged scam. We have to say alleged scam because he hasn't been convicted of anything. It definitely extremely shady, the way that he was spending the money that was being raised for him, the way that was being raised. There was that. And then we had the whole Ilya Moon. You guys probably don't know anything about these. You can find, these are old, but Ilya Moon coming out with, like the whole cancer, I've got mouth cancer and I've got to get this. And they, she ran a charity fundraiser for that, when it turns out she just had dental bills that she needed to pay. I worked very closely with Nate the lawyer, putting all the pieces together and kind of absolutely exposing the bullshit, she would show receipts like, here are the bills from the cancer center, and we would go back and look at it like, no, this is an obvious fake. And then we would contact the center that she went to and said, hey, does this look like anything that you guys would ever send out? They said, no, that's not one of our letterheads. This is wrong. That is wrong. This is not even how our invoices or our bills look. Here's what a bill would look like. So they were able to give us that information without releasing any of her personal information or patient information, quite frankly, because she wasn't a patient there. She just wasn't, because she fucking lied. And when it comes out that, hey, you were bullshit, and then that's what happens. That's what we do. I don't like people who abuse the misfortunes of others for their own personal gain. I just don't. Okay. That's not going to sit well with me. Not that I'm some sort of, fucking almighty, powerful Johnny who is the purveyor of everything that is truth. No. I just don't. If I see something like that, I'm going to look into it. And I'm fairly decent at what I do. Fairly decent. I'm not like super sleuth. You know what I mean? I'm not going to bullshit. Like, that's just not going to happen. My problem is I hyperfixate on things. And if I hear something or see something or experience something that doesn't make sense to me, I'm going to think about that and think about it and try and make it make sense. And then when it doesn't make sense, I'm going to go back and look at what else doesn't make sense. So again, I'm kind of all over the place a little bit. I'm sorry. It's been a very interesting past week. ADHD, hyper focus, engage. Right. Exactly. Exactly. That's kind of where it is. Hey, Unclean Hands. Good to see you. So all that being said, I don't have a problem with people getting super chats in their channel. I'm not saying I want you guys to send me super chats. Okay. That's not what I'm saying. If you do, thank you very much. Absolutely. But I don't want you to think I'm doing, I'm not trying to like make it cool and whatever. I don't give a shit. If you do, you do, and I appreciate it. If not, that's great too. You're here. We're here. I'm here to enjoy the company of you guys, and I hope you guys enjoy my company. That being said, I do use YouTube to augment my income. Okay. So full transparency there. I don't like when people bullshit and lie about it. I don't like when people, run what I believe to be scammy type things. I just don't, right? So getting back to the whole Welsh News Network Dan. After he had reached out to me and said, hey, Sam, hey, here's, if the Chili goes with this lawsuit, then I'll help pay for it. I've got a bit of money that I have no problem helping take care of that, those costs should Chili try and sue. I'm like, all right, cool. No big deal. I brought him up on, just had a conversation with him, and we did what we did. Right. Well, fast forward a little bit, and Chili decides to sue Kate. And Kate was talking about how it's very expensive, this, that, and the other. And I said, maybe this Dan guy's for real. So I contacted Dan and said, hey, look, you said you would pay for legal fees and expenses and whatnot. So Kate's being sued by Chili. Here we go. Can I get you in touch with her? Can I give you your contact information? He's like, sure, yeah. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but I have no problem taking a look at what is, what's going on. So cool. So I, got them in contact. I got Dan in contact with Kate, let them do the things. I never really checked in on it. I didn't, but boom, I was done with it, right? I was middleman up until the point they got in contact with each other. Unclean hands. Yeah. By the way, unclean hands, I do hope that you are handling your situation as best as possible. I know that is kind of a shitty thing to go through. And I wish you the best. I do hope you have a healthy recovery. I know it's going to take some time, but all the best to you.
Didn't Unclean Hands announce that he had a full recovery and his cancer's in remission? Johnny's a little behind the fucking ball, just like always.
Sorry. Squirrel. So, again, got him in contact with Kate, let them two work their thing, and I kind of stepped out of it. Well, this was right at the time that I was running I was running up to get the film business up and running, off and going, right? So I ran my Insomniac Films fundraiser. Mind you, anybody has any questions about that, I'm more than happy to answer any of that stuff, right? So I have no problem talking about it. I have no problem.
Thank you, Laura. Stupid again. ZB Studio said I couldn't stop myself popping in and thanking you for playing our video, but at the same time, Irish Demon Plot Hole are funny because they push WNN as the best of people, and people should pay him. It's kind of why I put pressure on Demon, because he had something to do with Dan's rise. Plot Hole too. Plot Hole, I took shots at him here and there, but he just didn't bite on anything till the troll thing came. I think he was trying to sell me information, trying to get money. I honestly think that he thought I was going to fucking outbid Dan. And if Johnny knew what Johnny knew, and he was literally trying to fucking get money from me or Dan, that's kind of fucking shitty. Jam and Jet says, I think the cancer returned. If that's the case, I am the one that's slow to know and behind the 8 ball. Unclean Hands was one of the earliest subscribers to codedfriend.001. So we're thinking about you, bro. We wish you a speedy recovery if your cancer has returned. If we're wrong in that and you are still in remission, More days in remission, bro. More days in remission. Holden McGroin says at Laura Rader, drive those nails home. Truth as always.
Problem telling everybody where the money went. None of that whatsoever. Full transparency on my end because I think that's important. So we did this. We didn't quite get to the goal that I needed to get to, which perfectly fine. We still raised, I think after the I think it was the Kickstarter. Well, I forget what site we used, but after their fees and after the PayPal transfer fees and all that stuff, I think we got just north of $9,000 to put towards gear, business expenses, et cetera, right? After that, people like Smitty here talks about has his shirt. He said there was some that, some of the tier prices were not prices, but tier perks were t-shirts and whatnot, and got those, this, that, and the other. But again, have no problem talking about that. So if you have those questions, more than happy to answer. But because I didn't get quite to that goal, I reached out to Dan and said, hey, look, if you're the real deal, if you're legitimate, I've got a business venture. This is what I need. Here's my plan. This is how much I would need to get up and running, and this is where the money's going to go, et cetera, et cetera. And he looked at it and he said, look, let me talk to some of my people to find out about how some of this works, so I can, I'm going to take a look at it, right? Which is perfectly normal. You would hear somebody, if I were looking to venture into some sort of business and somebody came up to me and said, hey, I've got this business that I want to do, and I think it's a perfectly normal and it's actually reasonable to say, let me take a look at it. Let me look at your plan. Let me go over the financials. And he was asking the right questions, right? So I was like, cool. Yeah, do your thing. We sat down via StreamYard, had a long conversation about about what was needed, and we agreed upon a number, an investment number. We agreed upon terms. Drew contracts, and had funding dates set aside. Everything was going to what I thought was, just a perfectly normal schedule. You think his panel is on as article? We will get to. Save those questions, please, because I do want to answer some. I do want to answer your questions, especially when talking about that stuff. I do want to talk about that, right? Someone gave you a grub stake to start a business. A grub stake? Adam Strange? Maybe, I'm not sure. Anyway, so during that time, we were also, Insomniac Films was also producing a short film, 11 to 6. And I reached out to him and say, it's separate. If you want to fund this as an executive producer, I'm more than happy to, boom, here, this thing here is going to cost us, I think it was $6,500 to produce. There, here's the cost breakdown, blah, 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 blah. He said, yeah, sure, no problem. Do you mind if I bring somebody else in on it? I said, that's up to you. I mean, however you guys want to break that down. Well, from what he tells me and from what Becca tells me, he mentioned the idea to Becca, and Becca's one who said, hey, I would like to get in on that. So from what I understand, from what I remember, it was Becca's idea. Oh, seed money. Okay. Yeah. So what Becca said to me was that she wanted to in on it, and they were supposed to split it 50-50, and I was like, cool, whatever, no big deal. It came down to like, hey, I need to get at least the first half so I can start getting things in place. Becca sent her half, right? She sent her the complete first bit of it. So I was like, great, put that to work. Hire the people needed to hire and book the locations, and bought the some props and the general things that you would do making a film, right? No big deal. Well, it started coming down to the part where I needed the second half, and like, hey, I need to need that second half. And then it was a delay, and this was right about the time. So back up just a little bit. So the day that he was supposed to fund the business side of it, that morning is when he had his alleged heart attack. Do I believe that he had a heart attack? I do not. I have I have nothing but, circumstantial evidence, so to speak, to deny that, to make that claim that I believe that he didn't have a heart attack. Just a lot of things that were being said, a lot of the actions, none of it seemed to match or add up. This was at the time, mind you. So that apparently put a delay, and getting that news, right? I was out celebrating my 2 older kids' birthdays. Got the news, heart attack. I was like, oh shit, that fucking sucks, guys. Whatever. Because at the time, a lot of the big things hadn't really come out yet about some of the embellishments, we'll call them. Again, we're trying to be a little bit, how do you say, kind here, just a little bit. So last summer, yeah, absolutely. So there, his position was, I'm, in a private hospital. Sorry for the dogs. I like to interject. I'm in a private hospital, therefore I could smoke in my room. And everything I've read about the UK, everything that other people talk to me have spoken to me about UK, it's illegal to smoke in a hospital, private, public, regardless. You can't smoke within so many meters of the fucking front door or any entrance or exit to a hospital. It's just not legal in no hospitals, period. Now, I know what a lot of people are going to say. Not a lot of people. I know what some of his hardcore supporters are going to say. Well, he never said he was in a hospital. He said he was here. I can tell you firsthand experience. He told several people that he was in a private hospital. A private hospital. Okay. This was what he told me. Okay. Sandy D, we will get to that. I absolutely promise. We will get to Becca. Boom. So when that came through, I was like, that's when I started having my doubts. And then there was just delay after delay after delay when it came to the funding of the business. His excuses were, well, I have to be at my computer in my manor or my office. I have a private office that I have to be there to put my thumbprint on the thumbprint meter so I can schedule the funds to be moved over. And I'm thinking to myself, you got to be fucking kidding me, because I know legitimate billionaires. Okay. Well, I don't know them personally. Not like we're buddies, right? I deal with people who have boatloads of money. I mean, boatloads of money. And I've asked them, hey, how difficult is it for you to, this is around the time, how difficult is it for you to transfer money? I'm like, not at all. I said, okay, let's say you're in the hospital and you've had a heart attack, et cetera, et cetera. They're like, well, I don't care. One of these wealthy guys tells me that I could be out in the middle of, the fucking Amazon. So long as I have cell service, I can transfer you money right now. No problem. I just call my people. I call my fucking banker. I call my accountant. I call this person. I call that person. And it happens. Boom. Here it is. Super simple. So they said there's nothing that would keep me, if I wanted to move a mountain. This is what they were telling me. If I wanted to move a mountain, there's nothing stopping me from doing that. Right. I was like, that's what I thought. So after I was like, you know what, this is bullshit. It's not going to happen. I started to distance myself from Welsh News Network. At the time, I didn't see him as, again, something other than somebody who liked to, embellish. A lot of the accusations that had come out, nothing, whatever. Right. So I said, fuck it. I'm just, do your thing. I kind of washed my hands of it. I stuck around a little bit longer than I normally would have, simply because I wanted to see how crazy it was going to get. And it got kind of crazy. Then I was like, fuck it. Whatever. I'm going to leave it at that. Whatever. I left, stopped dealing with it. just wash my hands of that situation. I kind of walked away from YouTube at the time because there were some things that were going on personally. I had some, work projects that I was working on, a lot of, kind of refocusing, right? Because for a bit of time, I was spending a little bit too much time putting my efforts into trying to like squeeze all of my efforts into, YouTube, into the business. And then, I had family that like, hey, we're over here too. So what's going on? So I kind of had to like prioritize my life. Because I've got 4 children that are growing up faster than fast. All you parents out there know what I'm talking about. I have 2 16-year-olds. I've only got 2 more years before the world gets to take them over. You know what I mean? So I want to make sure and kind of soak that stuff up. My oldest son started playing guitar, so that's kind of a cool thing to do. And, uh, it's just, I needed to reevaluate what I was putting my efforts into because again, what's more important, dealing with, Dan and whatnot, or look, here's where I want to be. I want to be here. What is going on? One sec. Dang. Can we make this work? Okay, there we go. Sorry. Anyway, I had a bunch reevaluation, so I took a big step back from YouTube. Just because again, I wanted to make sure and kind of refocus on the things that really mattered. So there's a lot of things that came out since I stepped away. I did know about his claims about owning Kimnall Hall, and when I heard that, I was like, that's cool. Can you show us some pictures of Kimnall Hall? And he would show pictures of Kimnall Hall, and it's funnily enough, all the pictures he would show are pictures that you can easily find on a simple Google search. So he wasn't showing anything new, right? And then I started looking at Kimnall Hall. Mind you, there were other people whom Dan was making promises to about deals and whatnot. No, I don't think Dan is going to show either. I think I've given him long enough to kind of pop on. So I think what we're going to do is I see that Irish team is in the chat. Demon, I'll send you a link, pop up here, and we can kind of talk about our process and some of the things that we've kind of uncovered with what's going on. So we will focus on a few specific items that Dan has put out, and we'll get to that here in just a second. Anyway, so I guess long story long now, with everything that had happened with the the Kimnall Hall fucking nonsense, and that was super simple, right? That was so easy to debunk, right? Super simple. There's a Facebook group right now dedicated to the restoration of Kimnall Hall that's run by the fucking guy that owns it. Super easy to verify. Super easy to verify. So we know that's bullshit. Long story long sounds. Yeah, that's it. Valerie Hammy with a heart. Absolutely exactly right. You know what I mean? The kids, I got to take care of. They're fun. And I love these little rascals. My youngest went to the science museum today. They're having a good old time with a field trip. So she was super excited about that. And I was super excited to hand her off to the field trip folks. So she's going to have a great time. Anyway, all that being said, Dan kept up with the constant lying. And I was like, look, man, this is all bullshit. And I reached out to a couple of people and said, hey, you might want to take a look at some of the things that he's told you, because I don't believe them. Right. And then it came out that he were running fundraisers and whatnot. And I was like, that's kind of, there's some concerns. I had some concerns there, fundraisers and whatnot. Now, to be perfectly fair, I or Demon have not verified funds going anywhere with his fundraisers. He did put out some receipts in his Discord server when he ran the fundraiser for Hezekiah, and apparently everything that was put out, everything that was raised was given to Hezekiah for whatever reason. I don't really know. I don't know anything about. I haven't been able to verify the dog hospital fundraiser. I don't know what the fuck I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I have serious doubts because of the things that have come up in this look into. I don't want to call it an investigation because it sounds more than, like I'm whatever. I have a serious cause to doubt that there wasn't something nefarious going on with some of those fundraisers. And some of the excuses that were given, I'm like, okay, well, here's the thing. You can share that stuff with your panel members so they can verify. And then you can share that stuff with people like me, whom, again, I don't want to sit there and say like I'm some super important person here, but I do think that I have earned the trust of many of you, that if I were to come out and say, yes, I have looked into this and I have verified that these funds, that this amount of money went to this place, you know what I mean? I think that would be at least decent enough for a lot of you. Some people out there, they look at me and they don't give a shit. So whatever. Demon, I see you back there. Give me 2 seconds. I want to finish up and then I'll bring you up. Cool. Give me a thumbs up. Sweet. All right. So that stuff started coming out. And then there were the claims of stolen valor. And I want to make it, first and foremost, I will not make a definitive assertion one way or the next. Okay. I will say that enough has come to light to make me seriously question whether he served at all. Because right now, we've got the evidence that Irish Demon released, that he hasn't served. So we have spoken to several people close to Dan at that time, and spoken to people who would have known Dan before then, during then, and after. Some people that would know that were with him as partners at the time, and they have all denied his service, adamantly denied his service. And we can kind of go over that here in a minute. So that was concerning. And then, so one of the biggest claims that he makes, and we're going to focus on this. I'm going to bring Demon up here. Let me get Demon on here. Hang on a second. He's too big. Demon, you're too big. Hang on a second. You have to unmute yourself. There we go. There's Demon. Everybody say hello to Demon.
Hello to Demon.
Can we?
I don't know if you heard what I said, but again, that's what she said.
Yeah, we heard that. Jesus.
Just making sure. I just wanted to ensure that I was properly dressed.
Yeah. So let me get a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear Demon. You should be able to. So yeah.
Yeah. I can hear me.
I can hear you as well.
Cool.
All right. So here's the thing. We talked, you and I have been on this for quite some time. I had a bunch of stuff that I brought to you last week. And here's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that I couldn't verify simply because I'm over here in the fucking States. And, that's kind of major tech problems coming soon, says Vlad.
You're here already. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And we've had conversations in the past kind of, I don't know, man, like something ain't right, but it was never anything definitive. And then we actually spoke the day before you showed me those links. And I was like, man, it's only a matter of fucking time before somebody recognizes him.
Oh yeah.
And they're going to come to us. And then it was the next day they came, and they came hard.
You and your fucking coming hard business. Jesus Christ.
It's kind of what I'm known for, Johnny. This hat used to be black.
Yeah, gross. So,
could you say hello to somebody in the side chat? That's helped both of us out massively. He's not in the side chat, but do you mind?
Go right ahead.
What tough shit, I'm doing it anyway. I want to say a massive hello to my good friend Steven from iFuse Networks. He's helped the two of us out massively over the past few weeks. Me a lot longer than that as well. So absolutely great to see you the other day, mate. And thank you so much for all your help. It means the absolute world to all of us.
As soon as I get this other computer up and running, I'm going to do today's videos sponsored by your company because
oh hell yeah,
that was awesome.
He's a great dude, man. He's a really good dude. But anyway, sorry.
No worries. So after we get these, these claims that he never served, we kind of looked into that. One of Dan's biggest claims, right? Here's the deal. Irish, when you went, we talked about this already, guys. So this is, kind of a already decided upon conversation, right? We kind of know where we're going. This isn't just right. We've had many discussions about the goings on of Welsh News Network and Dan, right?
And my advice to people would be just share this out right now, especially to anybody that that's kind of sitting on the fence, any Discord groups you're in, anything like that. Share them out right now because it'll make sense.
It will make sense. Look, Irish last night is correct. I kind of have to pull the reins on him a little bit.
Absolutely.
Simply because I know how you are. You know how I am. We're like we're opposite sides of the same coin.
Correct.
When it comes to this. I like to play chess, and Demon likes to play with chests.
That is true, but I like to play chess with a fucking sledgehammer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we can say it now, but there were so many times where Johnny would be like, "Okay, I'm going to tell you this now, and I want you to not act yet." I'm like, "Okay, I promise I won't." And then he'll tell me like, "Oh fuck that," and he's like, "No, fucking don't do it." And I had to hold back, and a lot of it was a case of, right, before you tell me this, how far are you willing to let me go with it? Like how much freedom do I have to deal with this? And that's how we got to this point. And then when I was kind of cut loose a little bit, I was like, okay, what would Johnny do? And that's how. But then, see, that didn't work because my name's also Johnny, so I just did whatever the fuck. No. But no, we work great together. That's the beauty of how we operate, and we get a lot of help from other people. We pool resources, and I did go a little bit nuts with gathering a lot of the information I wanted to have, as much as possible. And we got quite a bit, didn't we?
We did, and there's still some information that are coming in. A lot of things that are going to kind of help solidify some of the things that we already have. Now, let's go back and take a look at your live stream from Wales.
Yep.
So first thing, one of the first things that stood out to me were when showing up at Kimnall Hall and nobody there even heard of the guy.
Yeah.
So I did have some questions. Some people said, well, you went to Kimnall Hall, they wouldn't let you in, and then you got into the gate. So I want to make sure I give you a second to clarify that.
Okay. So when we went to Kimnall Hall first, we went to my chauffeur took a wrong turn, and we ended up at the back gate first. And at the back gate, well, at least it's currently operating as the back gate. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There's a gatehouse. There was a lady there with a really loud parrot. We knocked on the door. I asked her a few questions, and she'd never heard of him. And then I went into the local pub, which was the Kinmel Arms. I asked them. They had never heard of him. So then I came out of the Kinmel Arms, and I told my chauffeur and Chloe that I was like, "Oh fuck, guys, we fucked up." And they were like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "He's legit." And they were like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "There's literally a picture of him behind the bar." And she just told me he's absolutely legit and that he's just fucking with people on YouTube for fun. Man, you could hear their jaws hit the fucking ground. I was like, "I'm just fucking with you." We came to the wrong gate. So we went around, drove up the big long avenue, absolutely stunning, by the way. Got right up to the end, and there's two big gates that block entrance into Kinmel Hall. So you can't actually go up to the door of the actual castle itself. But there's a load of workmen around and stuff like that. So we just walked around, asked a few people, and nobody knew who he was. Absolutely nobody. And you would think that the foreman there would know who the guy who was paying for it all was. And yeah, no, nobody knew him. There was like, what would you call it? Like in America, you call it a trailer. We call it like a mobile home. So I knocked on the door there. Guy, I won't say who it was because I was asked not to film or put any of that out there. But he'd never heard of him, didn't know who he was, didn't recognize him, and frankly said that it was all bullshit. So there you go.
All right. So the confirmation that Dan does not own Kimnall Hall. I don't think I'm saying that right, but that's okay. I don't speak Wales.
I think it's Kinmel. Kinmel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying Kimnall and Jimmy Kimmel Hall and all this kind of shit. I didn't
Yeah,
care.
you're right.
Yeah.
All right. So that was the first. The second thing that I noticed, or the first, when you got into town and started speaking to some of his neighbors, and his neighbors were talking about how he is essentially a scam artist.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So so it all started off down in Aberfow, where he currently is operating. So myself and Chloe and our driver, I can't remember his name, we sat in the cafe chatting away, and it was actually Chloe did it first because she's absolutely fucking adorable, and it's very hard to, when she bats her eyes at somebody, they kind of give her what she wants, basically. And she asked the lady, did she know Dan, and blah, 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 blah. Spilt the beans, and then other people started talking. And so Chloe and our driver went off scoping something out while I stayed in the cafe to upload the video from Kinmel Hall. I had to cut it way down as well because the signal was really, really bad. So it took a bit longer than we thought. And I was talking to loads of people in the cafe. And when Chloe and the driver came back, I was in full conversation with all these people, and they were all kind of filling me in about the meat scam, and they were filling me in about how he's a bit creepy. One lady was saying how she had warned her mother-in-law to stay the fuck away from him because she always knew he was trouble. And that's when one of them was like, well, yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, does he live there alone? And then she was like, no, he lives there with his girlfriend. And I was like, would her name be Ems Williams by any chance? And does she have two little dogs? They're like, yep. Black dog and a brown dog? Yep. Described her. I later found her, got in contact with I didn't get in contact directly with her, but yeah, reached out. That's for another time. And then the other neighbors that I spoke to on the live stream, they said the same thing about that meat scam, said the same thing about his girlfriend and the dogs and not picking up the dog shit. I also found the Mini that she was talking about for sale by a person of the same name, photographs, like everything. So yeah.
All right. So all of that stuff. Let me ask you a question. How did the fact, or how did the conversation turn to Dan being a counselor or having his previous conviction overturned? How did that come up in any of that conversation?
With whom?
Exactly. It didn't.
Oh, no, never came up in the conversation.
Okay.
Like,
hang on a second. That's important. Right?
I will just say this. So his conviction came up in my conversations with those people. In other words, to say, okay, this is why I'm here, because I believe he's still scamming people. And we just found out he had been convicted for fraud and theft back in 2017. There was absolutely no mention of it having been overturned. There was no mention of any appeals. There was no mention of... Now, somebody in the back channels had told me that he claimed that a while back that he had appealed, had it overturned, and sued the police for £900,000.
Okay.
And had 2 cops fired for it or something.
All right. So
that was never mentioned to anybody in Aberfow or Alnwick or Manchester. Like, I never brought that up, neither did they.
So this is important. Okay. That's the thing that he tried, that he addressed first. That's really the only thing he addressed, right? So he showed the article, the newspaper article that his conviction, and then instead of So there's one solid way to offer up evidence that would show that he had a successful appeal. But he didn't do that. What he did was, well, let me bring up this other thing. Here's the thing. This is what I want people to remember. When you're dealing with somebody who is a constant bullshit artist, alleged, well, no, he's a convicted fraudster.
Convicted fraudster.
He's a convicted fraudster. I can say that.
Yep.
When you deal with these people, these are master manipulators, and the way they manipulate folks is they sprinkle in a little bit of truth with all their bullshit. So the reason he brings up the, well, I'm going to show you my this was my conviction. I fully own this. I was convicted. I pled guilty. This, that, and the other. Right. Which is true. He was convicted because he pled guilty to fraud and theft. Okay. But here's where it takes a turn. Instead of showing the appeal that he won, what does he do? He says, well, if you look, this was October 4th of 2017 that I was convicted. And here's me running for office in May of 2022. There's no way that I could have run for office in May of 2022 if I didn't have that conviction overturned by appeal.
Yep.
Okay. That was how he decided to spread more bullshit.
Rather than saying, I never did that stuff. I proved that I didn't and had it overturned. He just said, well, I couldn't have run for office if I didn't have it overturned because, in his own words, if I did, I would be breaking the law.
Okay. That's important to remember. So Demon and I came across some really important evidence when talking about this particular claim.
And it was so hard for me to not say anything. You have no idea.
Oh, so I appreciate you waiting. Here's the thing. I wanted to wait a little bit longer because there's one more piece of this that I wanted to get, and Demon knows what that is.
And I'm working on it.
Right. But because Dan went and, I'm just going to not say anything on advice of legal counsel, which I question everything that comes out of his mouth. We looked at the court case. Demon actually called what I would call the clerk, right? It's the clerk for us, court clerk. For what are they called in the UK?
A clerk of the court. So I made
same thing, just different pronunciation.
Yeah, just correct pronunciation. So I called a lot of people yesterday. I spent the whole fucking day on the phone yesterday. I had quite a long discussion with the assistant to the clerk of the Crown Court in Carnarvon, where he was convicted. And I was put in touch with somebody that dealt specifically with the cases. And basically, we have now got the evidence that that we wanted to get. So she confirmed all of this with me on the phone. And
we have that phone call.
We have the phone call, yeah, and that we're allowed to play that. Like there's no problem there in terms of GDPR, as Dan said, because it's all public record. It's just finding that public record is the hard part, but it is indeed public record. So I contacted the clerk of the court, and are you able to play it, Johnny, or do you want me to play it? Or
if you have it available, I'm looking for it right now.
Sure. Can I just say one thing actually while we're on it? And I just want to point this out as well. Stephen Kurtnick in the side chat, he's the gentleman that operates Welsh News. Welsh News Network.
Whoa.
Yeah, okay. Bum, bum, bum. No, he operates iFuse Networks. He's my tech guy. He's the guy that when I break things, he fixes it or tells me what ones to get and whatever. I was struggling to make the international phone call to the Crown Court and was trying to top up my own phone to do it. And I would be on hold for 10 minutes and then all of the credit would go. Stephen gave him a ring. Within 5 minutes, he had me up and running. The guy is just brilliant. So this evidence is brought to you by iFuse Networks. I genuinely would not have been able to do it without him. So I contacted the Crown Court, spoke to them at length about it. And yeah, I have the recording. Now I'm going to have to play it through my microphone if that's okay.
We'll do that, but let's make sure. What I want to do is I want to everybody remember the article, right? Let me go. Let me pull that. Let me pull that article up really quick. This may be a little bit redundant, folks, and I'm sorry for that, but I want to make sure that we put everything out in context, because in context is where the devil's in the details, and it's kind of funny that it's called "Devil in the Details" right now.
The other thing I just say, like, you know, looking back to what Dan said, even yesterday, okay, on his little snippet that he did after what seemed like 2.5 hours of music, and he said word for word what I'm saying and what Johnny's saying is completely untrue. And he said to you all, okay, people watching right now who are fans of Dan and trust Dan and all that shit, he said to you all that he didn't do it, and that what I'm saying and what Johnny's saying is a complete fucking lie.
Right.
And that he had his conviction overturned by appeal. And let me just briefly explain to people how that works. In order to appeal a Crown Court decision in the United Kingdom, you have to make the appeal to the Crown
court,
Court, the Court of Criminal Appeals in London, and it goes from there. So
and that would have to go through the original court, correct? The court
you would
that
absolutely have to revert back to the original court. So
Okay,
the decision will be made at the appeal court. The order will be made at the original court.
Okay, so I want to call everybody's attention to the article here. Now, I don't speak Welsh. Oh, fuck that. Everybody can see this right here. I don't know how well I can't zoom in on this thing because you know, it is what it is.
I'll be right back. I just got to grab something.
Do your thing. Right. So it says Daniel Meredith from Almouth has initially denied charges, was due to stand trial at Caernarfon Crown Court. Okay. So this is the court that his case was tried in. This is a court that ultimately convicted him because he pled guilty. That's important to remember. Let's see here. Let's get. You don't speak Welsh? Lame excuse. I know. It's terrible. It's terrible. I should speak Welsh, but I don't. What is this? All right. Oh, hey, there's a no demon. He's gone. He's gone. All right. So everybody remember that. And while its demon is gone, remember Caernarfon Court, right? Caernarfon. I don't know how that. Right. I don't know how that is pronounced.
What is it? Which one?
The court. The
Caernarfon.
There you go. So it's important for people to remember that. Caernarfon, get you close enough. Thank you.
Caernarfon.
Yeah. All right. Now you have this audio. I would love to hear this audio.
Roger that. Bear with. All right, so I don't know how shit this will sound because it's recording. Yeah, Lord Caernarfon. That's the guy who owns where fucking Downton Abbey was filmed, right?
I think so.
Oh wait, that's my cool ass song. I gotta play that for you later. Oh my god. Hold on.
A number of years ago, it was for fraud and theft from a food bank. He was a local.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to double check that I did have the right case.
Yeah.
So as far as I can see, we've never received a notice of appeal to the Crown Court. To appeal to the Court of Appeal. So it would have to be that if it came to the Crown Court, basically. He's been sentenced here, so you'd have to lodge a notice of appeal then to the Court of Appeal for any, anything to be heard there, and it would have to come towards us to then provide the Court of Appeal with the papers. And I'm just looking at the file, and there's nothing been received.
Right.
Do a double check on one more system to see that nothing's on there.
And so, what was the name of the court? I've been doing a lot of calls today. I've been just working on this case. It's been.
Okay,
pretty,
so let me just double check. Yeah, no, that's right. So I can confirm nothing was received. No appeal's been lodged.
Pause it.
So we never actually appealed it.
Pause it.
Wait. That was important.
Let me just double check. Yeah, no, that's right. So I can confirm nothing was received. No appeal's been lodged.
So he never actually appealed it or won an appeal or anything?
No, never even lodged an appeal.
All right. So according to the court, Dan never even filed an appeal. Now we've got that case en route. We actually have the case number.
Yep.
And the court is sending Irish the court documents. It's going to be redacted, of course, because that's kind of the way it works.
Yep. So they're going to be sending that out to us. So just to clarify for anybody who's still confused about this whole situation, Dan's claim was that I was a liar and Johnny was a liar and everybody else that said it was a liar, because he appealed the decision of the court. As a result of that appeal, it was overturned and his conviction was overturned. And as a result of that, he was able to run for local election. Problem is, legally, he wasn't able to run for local election. And he admitted as much himself that he was committing a crime by doing so. Way to go. You ratted yourself out.
Right.
I should have waited. So anyway, that clears that up entirely. Like, that literally is the court telling us that he never won an appeal. He never even lodged an appeal.
Never even lodged an appeal. So the other piece of that I wanted to have before this was, I wanted to speak to the Isle of Ainsley, which is where he was up for election. I wanted to find out what exceptions could be made that would allow him to run, if there were any exceptions that would be made, right? One, I believe, was if he had filed an appeal.
Correct.
But that's moot because he never filed the appeal.
Never filed the appeal.
So I've got to say that all of the evidence shows that Dan
is full of shit.
Full of shit on this claim.
Just real quick, that's actually not true, Shiz. You can appeal a guilty plea.
In the UK, so here in the States, it's very difficult it's very difficult to appeal.
Same here in the UK as well.
Right.
But it is possible.
So it's a lot easier from what I understand. Again, I'm no expert on legal matters, but in the States, when you do plead guilty, when you enter a guilty plea, part of what the judge instructs you on, he lets you know, is like, if you plead guilty, you're waiving the right to an appeal.
Yep.
Now, that isn't to say that if something egregious happens, new evidence or evidence of prosecutorial misconduct, etc., there are ways around to appeal, but it's nowhere near. It's extremely difficult. Whereas if you were to enter a not guilty plea and you get convicted, it's so much easier to get those appeals at least heard.
So it was already shaky ground for him to even suggest that he appealed his guilty, his plea of guilty and that conviction. So that was already shaky ground. But now we have the evidence that he never appealed it. He told all of you to your faces that he appealed it and that he won that appeal. And that's why he was able to run for election. And that's why I'm a liar and Johnny's a liar and all of his family and everybody that knows him, we're all liars. And now we have this evidence to show you all that that's not the case. He never appealed it. He never won an appeal. He never lodged an appeal.
Right.
Well, there you go. So for those of you out there who still believe him and still think that Dan can do nothing wrong and that we're all pieces of shit for how dare I turn up to his house, have a think again. Come back to me. Let me know.
Well, but here's the deal. And a lot of people say, well, I don't care. This happened, 10 years ago, blah, 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 blah. And here's the thing. What we have shown is we want to establish a pattern of behavior. And that's important. Establishing a pattern of behavior is important, especially when it comes to the accusations that have been lodged at him about fraud when it comes to his online activities, raising funds for this dog park and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, I cannot come out and say definitively one way or the next that he was skimming or he was doing anything illegal, immoral when it comes to those fundraisers that he's run.
Yeah.
I will say that I have enough to question his motives, his ethics, etc.
Absolutely. I just got a message literally a minute ago. So I have somebody in the UK that's watching right now. He is qualified as a solicitor, as a lawyer, essentially in the United Kingdom. Good to see you, buddy, and thank you for your help over the past few days. He's listening right now. He said, yes, you can appeal a guilty plea, but you are technically admitting to another crime by doing so, i.e. perjury, unless, of course, you can prove misconduct or whatever.
Right.
So,
And that's the funny thing, because that was Dan's excuse was, well, I pled guilty so I could file an appeal.
That makes no fucking sense.
It makes no sense, right? It's these little things. It's always going to be the little details that are going to get these people caught in this nonsense.
Yeah, 100%.
So why does this matter? People ask, and I see Discord messages, and I see side chats, and I see this, that, and the other. And why does it matter? This was so long ago. Well, here's the thing. So Dan is using his position, and it was the question was posed: why does Dan have to lie about owning Castle and being a multimillionaire? Because he's setting up this defense. Well, why would I need to take money off the top if I'm a millionaire? If I'm a multimillionaire, I don't have to take 5, 3, 4, 10 grand here. I don't have to do that. So don't look at me for that. So here's the thing. We've established that and again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with living in a council house. I want everybody to understand. I don't care.
I lived in one.
Yeah,
When
I
was a
mean,
kid, like, doesn't make anybody any less of a person.
right.
Absolutely not at all. That's what they're there for.
Exactly. When the economy in the States took a fucking shit a few years ago, my wife and I, we were on Section 8 housing for a while.
Exactly.
It's there to help people out, right? I do not look down on people for living in a council house. Had he come out and said, yeah, I live in a council house, blah, blah, blah. Had he come out and said, I don't like what Chile is doing because of these reasons, and focused on that, I want to raise money for this, and okay, cool. But it's all the pontificating, it's all the blowhards, right? It's all the, well, I'm a Welsh millionaire and I'm connected to the FBI and I have this, and all of these claims that he's making, thus causing people to, quote, trust him and send. Look, here's the thing. You want to send Dan Welsh News Network your money, go right ahead. I'm not responsible for your bills, so therefore I have no right to tell you how to spend your money. You do what you want with your money. It's your money. If you want to send it to Dan, you want to send it to the fucking homeless guy next door, I don't give a shit. Do what you want with your money. But it's important that you understand that the possibility that you're being abused by a serial abuser, you need to know that before you spend your money. Be at least a little bit informed. And I don't feel right knowing that somebody is using his position, his fake position, his allegedly fake position of being in the Navy, his proven fake position of being a extremely wealthy person. Well, I can't say that. He might be extremely wealthy, living in a council house. Nothing? Okay, cool.
Huh?
Yeah, he could be super wealthy living in a council house. There's that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, technically he shouldn't be, but
Right.
well, maybe not. There might be a way that he could be.
Right. I mean, whatever. I know that he doesn't own Kimnall Hall.
Correct.
I think Demon has done more than enough to prove that he doesn't own Kimnall Hall. I can tell you, after the things that have come out from his family, that I will not say that Dan never served, because I have not seen I haven't seen any concrete, non-biased or unbiased information that says he didn't serve. I can tell you that I can say that the preponderance of evidence suggests that he served Nowhere. He certainly wasn't in Kosovo.
No, definitely fucking not. The problem with looking for contrary evidence is that there is no contrary evidence to somebody not having served. There is only evidence that can be provided that he did serve.
Correct.
The only kind of evidence that you could show would be, his family saying, no, he fucking didn't. It would be that kind of evidence. Whereas in all fairness, he's the one making the positive claim. I served in the Navy for X amount of years. We're the one saying, based on what we see, that's not the case. So it's up to him really at that point to provide the evidence, and he hasn't, and he won't.
He won't because he can't. Yes, I agree with that assessment. I do not think that he has served in the military. And why does that matter? Because he uses that in order to gain sympathy from those who are pro-military, or for those who have lost family members or have family members who did serve, etc. You know what I mean? Here's a deal. That's a predatory type of behavior. Calling somebody out for stolen valor, or what we understand as stolen valor. I know there's a legal definition of stolen valor versus the definition of stolen valor that's commonly used. Whilst being guilty of that very thing is hypocritical at best. And then when you use that in order to garnish, to solidify your position in a place where you can take money from people. If he's willing to lie about some of these pretty big things, it's a big thing to lie about. I had my conviction overturned, so therefore I was allowed to stand for counsel. Yeah.
And again, he didn't say he didn't do it either. That's the fucking weird thing. He said that last night. He didn't say it the first time, though. It was this roundabout thing. Well, if that is true, how could this be true? Well, you could have fucking lied on that. And I have my theory about what his lie in response to that was going to be. He made a big point of his middle name, Meredith, being spelt in the anglicized version and not the Welsh version. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and maybe might be able to have contact with somebody who can provide the documents for this. I'd be willing to bet that when he filled out his forms to become a counselor, that he spelled it the Welsh way and not the English way. Also, I did find out from speaking to a counselor in the region that something else Dan said that's a fucking lie, that they do criminal background checks on absolutely everybody that runs for election. That is not true. That is absolutely not true. You fill out a declaration. In that declaration, you say whether or not you have a criminal background. If you do say that you have one, they do check it out then. They may check them at random. They may be given a tip off and then decide to check them. But other than that, they tend to, at the lower level, such as a local community council, they do not run criminal background checks as a matter of, standard practice. It's an option that they have if they want to, but they absolutely do not have to do it, and they generally don't.
Correct.
So,
unless you declare
that you have got a criminal past,
right,
or somebody brings it to their attention,
right, which may or may not have happened.
Exactly.
So that's the thing. It's the little things, man. It's the little things, and then big lies. It's important to remember. This is a guy that's using these positions. Okay, so Scorpion Chain. I know there's some other questions in the side chat, and I will get to questions here shortly, and I'll probably ask you to answer them again because I'm trying not to look at the side chat and get distracted. I know it's tough for people like me, but Scorpion Shade says, Johnny O, was Dan responsible for Limey losing his benefits? How did Dan meet Schrodinger's cat? Please let us know. Okay.
That was
two
a fucking
things.
lie.
Well, two things I want to address here. First, I don't believe Dan ever met Schrodinger's cat. This is one thing that pisses me off about like when I said what I said about Fraud at Wrangler, I don't give a fuck about what Fraud at Wrangler's his criminal history. I mean, I do care, but it's not something that's going to get me in a twist, right? I don't like the fact that he used Schrodinger's cat's name after Schrodinger had already passed. You're not allowing somebody to speak for themselves. So to sit there and say, well, I met Schrodinger. I met him. I got a picture. I've got a picture. That's one thing he would say. I've got a picture of myself and Schrodinger. To which I said, cool, can I see that picture? Oh, it's in storage. I have to. Okay, go get it, because I don't fucking believe you. But people like that will use this. Hang on a second. People like that will use somebody else, because Schrodinger, and here's the thing, Schrodinger never wanted to be a quote leader of this community or any community. Schrodinger wanted to be a guy who, and he said this before, so this is not me speaking for him. This is me just paraphrasing what he said. But Schrodinger never wanted to be a leader of this community. This was just something he did for fun. But when you use somebody who had that position in order to solidify your position, that's another scammy thing to do. Okay, second part of this, as far as Dan being responsible for Limey losing his benefits, I cannot say one way or the next, okay, because I don't have the evidence of it. I can say, based on the things that I've heard on Demons Live and the
I was off so long, I muted. Sorry, my bad. I see all the muted messages. Please stop. Johnny Switchblade. Johnny Switchblade says, wonder if the day his childhood army friend's brains were splattered all over him is still his worst day, the worst day of his life. I would say no. I would say the worst day is on its way. I see you, Laura. I see you all capped out. I fixed it. I would say Dan's worst day is on the way. I would say Dan's worst day has a pair of silver bracelets in it. I would say that Dan has shown, and it's going to be shown evidentially, that Dan has done every fucking thing that he has mocked and fucking condemned Chili for, included pleading guilty to a crime and then acting as though the crime were never committed. Wow, this is fucking crazy shit. Dan is floating somewhere in between Chili DeCastro and slightly below Frauditor Wrangler. Somewhere in between there is where Dan exists. He's definitely lower than DeCastro and only a notch above Frauditor Wrangler. Maria, Meredith, all the men with women's middle names. What is Wrangler's middle name? Oh, it's Michael William. Billie Jean.
The email communications that have come up because of that I wouldn't be able to vehemently deny this. I would say that it is something that is worth checking out. There is
ding, 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 ding. Concisely put in a nutshell, Jam and Jet states Dan is a serial abuser. Absolutely. And he encourages other people to be abusive.
It is plausible. It's even possible that he could have been responsible for that loss in benefits.
I can kind of clear some of that up. Just to go to the first part of the question about meeting Schrodinger's cat. I'm just going, you know me, I go straight for the throat. I'm going to tell you right now, it's absolute bullshit, because the way that alleged meeting took place, what predicated that whole meeting is that Dan stated that he was stationed in Virginia at the time with the Royal Navy. The timeline didn't match up. The ship that he claimed to have been on had been decommissioned 2 years prior and blown up by the US Navy in anti-ship missile practice.
And Shuggy didn't fucking know that? And Shuggy didn't know that. They both claimed they served on the same ships, just at different times. Shuggy was backing Dan's thing the whole time. Shuggy didn't know that a ship he served on was decommissioned before Dan entered the military? Or are Shuggy's stories bullshit?
A year before that.
I'm not saying Shuggy didn't serve in the military in the UK, but that doesn't mean every story he ever told was fucking true. And some of the lying ones seem to be substantiating Dan's claims.
That was alleged to have happened. That's the first thing. The second thing is, oh yeah, he didn't serve in the fucking Navy. So no way. That never happened. I would absolutely bet my left nut on it. That is absolute bullshit. Second half. As for Limey's benefits getting cut off, my understanding from speaking to the family recently is that it had nothing to do with any of that. Basically, the issues with his benefits had nothing to do with anybody doing anything nefarious. However, I will say this: I can fully understand why when Limey rang me, he felt that way and he thought that way. Not a lot of what Miss Mandy says is true, but she did offer that up at one point, that he had said that he was going to call, this whatever service that is responsible for that and get his benefits cut off, hoping that would get back to him and that he would freak out and back off. And then
soreness in the throat, Walter, spoonful of honey, fix it. Keep doing it till the soreness goes away. You can still smoke.
When I was in
you'll get instant relief. Spoonful of honey, slow swallow, let it slide down the back of your tongue. I know that sounds sexual, but it's honey.
Dan's Village the other day, and I asked the lady who said about this meat scam, why didn't you tell anybody? Why didn't you go to the police or local services about it?
Pay attention.
Frankly,
pay attention,
this
folks.
is very
This is
important.
extremely important.
And she was like, I was afraid. I said, well, what were you afraid of? She was like, I was afraid of what he would do. And I thought, because I had been told that he has a propensity to be violent to women. I can't back that up other than to say that I'd been told that by multiple people. People say shit. But here's the thing. She said, well, he had threatened to get my benefits cut off and threatened to get me kicked out of my council house using his connections.
So now here's the thing. This, with all of the things that have come out about the previous lies and the way that Dan does like to use his alleged position to kind of make himself out to be something that he's not, I don't disbelieve this. First of all, what would this little lady have to gain by lying about this? She didn't know who the fuck you were.
Nope.
At all.
No, right. I hadn't told her at that point that I was a YouTuber or anything. I just said, I've heard some stuff about this guy and I was in the area and just wondering what's it all about. And then she told me that. I had said nothing to her about Limey or any of the other stuff. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And she just offered that up. And, when I asked her why she said nothing, I meant that as a genuine question. It wasn't to kind of get her to tell me that Dan was doing something bad. It was just, boom, there you go. Same kind of, and I remember my words exactly being like, oh, it's interesting you say that, because that's kind of come up in other situations before. So
right.
And we've seen him do this stuff, with auditors who claim to be disabled, and he was often talking about, going after them and contacting this, agency to tell them that he's a fraud and that he's making money online. Do you know what I mean? So this is his MO, this kind of shit he does.
Right.
He's a multi-billionaire fucking naval hero that likes to use his perceived position in the community for power.
Right.
Simple as
Now,
that.
it's important I'm going to reiterate, these are not claims that Irish and I are making. These are claims that have come our way from people in his community.
Face to face when I was there.
I know that there's people who believe that Dan was at Dan's brother's house or some bullshit like that, or his cousin's house. I think that was the thing about wasn't at my house, had the wrong guy. No, that was absolutely his house.
150%. Like, not only let's just break that down for anybody who's got any issues about that being his house. Number one.
Hang on a second. Time out.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Rack the Jibber says the only problem is with this, we don't see or hear the old lady say any of that.
I didn't have my camera running. I didn't realize that I knew nothing about this meat thing until I literally was sitting there eating my Welsh rarebit and spoke to the lady, just asked out of interest, do you happen to know this guy? And that's when she said it. I'm not going to whip a camera out and stick it in her face. So yeah, simple as that. And I literally spoke to the manager of the place he lives, and he had already heard those stories after I'd left from those people. Just bear in mind, I'm working on going back there in the next week or so anyway. I've got some interviews lined up with family members and things like that. I've got interviews lined up with other people, and I'm going to be doing on the street interviews there as well. I'm going to try to get to the bottom of who's been scammed and what we can do to fix it. So I want to just put it this way. I think myself and Johnny have shown you all right now to this point. Everything that we have said to you, while we may not have immediately released the evidence for very good reason,
Because there's a lot of stuff we wanted to make sure and
properly
vet. We wanted to properly vet this information.
Exactly. And we have not let you down yet. I didn't let you down with the proof on Mandy. I didn't let you down with the proof on Turtle Boy. I didn't let you down with the proof on what's his fucking face, Chili. Johnny hasn't let you down with the stuff that he's done in the past. That woman with the mouth cancer, Sean Hufford, every time we've done this, we've given you everything. So just bear with us. If we haven't shown you something yet, there's a good reason for it. So let's just real quick. So let's get back to the house, okay? Number one, the lady that lived at number 3, where the packages were being delivered to, we confirmed with her that it was his house. That was the first thing. The vehicle that he described in great detail to me and showed pictures of to other individuals that I verified it with is the vehicle that was parked outside the house. Every single person in the village that knew him told me exactly where his house was described. And if you were in the housing estate that I'm talking about, it is the only one that could be that house. And there's a very good reason for it. I'm not going to say what that is because people will easily identify it, and that's not fair. I'm not going to dox him or whatever. Then when I was standing outside there talking, went around the back of the house, and the lady that I just literally randomly started speaking to was like, oh yeah, that's his house. He's lived there for however long. His girlfriend lives there. That's the bedroom. That's the kitchen. You know what I mean? So she literally pointed up at it and said, yes, that is his house. So the address that I was given, somebody who's involved in this with us very quickly found it, and literally is a professional at this kind of thing, found it very, very quickly, offered up some information to me, which was the business address of he and his girlfriend's business at the time, which was the same address where his Jeep was, where all the people independently verified and pointed out that that is his home. He'd been seen going in and out of there and everything. That's just the way it is.
Right.
So yeah, every single thing. And I also have this call recorded. I don't need to play it right now. There's no need, but I have it. And if it needs to come out, it'll come out. If not, then it won't. Me speaking to the kind of landlord, the person who deals with that whole complex, confirming that that is his house. So this notion that I was outside his cousin's house, absolute bollocks.
Absolute. Yeah. I mean, look, here's the thing. I'm not going to say, hey, Demon, why don't you head up to Wales on a fucking hunch?
Yeah.
No, we had already verified that this was his address. There were 4 different places that we were looking at.
Yep.
And we had narrowed it down to that one being
You'd be seen going in and out of there.
Right. He'd been seen going in and out of there. It was, he had, when he filed some paperwork, it was registered. That was his registered address. So it wasn't like we just said, hey, Demon, I want you to go to this random fucking place in Wales and see if you can find Dan.
He left a document on the visor of his car that had his name and that address on it as well. So do you see what I mean? So it's just like there's absolutely no doubt that is his home. There's no question about it. Like absolutely that is where he lives. There's no question.
Right. So these are important because here's the thing. People have brought up other creators past before, right? So somebody brought up Team Skeptic and what he did and whatnot, this, that, and the other. And yes, what Team Skeptic did was terrible. Okay. He made a huge fucking mistake and he paid the price for that mistake. But he didn't come out and abuse that mistake saying, well, I did it. I pled guilty, but I wasn't really guilty. And I won it on appeal. So my conviction was overturned there. And I won a whole bunch of money because of this, that, and the other. So I'm really a millionaire. You know what I mean? He didn't fucking go out and grift off of that. It was an embarrassing thing for him. A terrible thing happened. He owned his mistakes. He's, he paid his due to society. What Team Skeptic and the family has, I don't know, because quite frankly, that's none of my fucking business. So whatever he's got going on with the family, between Team Skeptic and the family, he doesn't have.
It's not relevant to how he acts now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Furthermore, Skeptic is not grifting money off of other people. He's not saying, well, you should give me money so I can give this money to charity.
Exactly.
When your charity work is in question, Dan. It's in.
I'm gonna break in here for a second for AP. AP says he's looking for a remedy for poison ivy. He says, I get it 5 to 6 times a year. I get a shit ton of steroids, but it always makes me gain weight and I'm sick of it. You don't know what poison ivy looks like, so you can avoid it? That's my first question. Question 2 is, I have a buddy who I used to go through his yard. He had a big piece of property every spring and literally cut out any poison ivy that was there. And the motherfucker still got poison ivy 2 to 3 times every summer, like you're saying. English ivy, the shit that people use ornamentally around trees, gave him the same fucking reaction that poison ivy did. So you might be rubbing up against something you don't think affects you, and it's affecting you.
In question. You've got little old ladies who don't know a fucking thing about YouTube right now saying, oh yeah, he come by and took about 100 quid from all of us, promising us turkeys, and we never got it. We're pretty sure he ate the turkeys.
Actually, the turkeys just never materialized. They were imaginary turkeys.
Right. So Marilyn Owen says all the drama in this community is getting to be too much. Here's the thing. This isn't drama. For me, this is not drama.
Absolutely not.
And I understand why people would go there. I understand why people go there. I get it. Right. So everybody, you guys look at my channel, you see that there's like drama for me. Fuck that. I like to come in and have fun. At the end of the day, I want to come in and have fun. But when I see somebody who is abusing the elderly, allegedly, who is lying about his position in order to get funds to do God knows what with, I don't know. I do want to clarify something. As it pertains to all the raffles, everybody who has won a raffle from Welsh News Network's channel received their raffle prize. Every last one of them. And that has been, I mean, people have like, yes, I wanted here.
Even the ones that caught on fire? Is that considered receiving?
Here it is. And there was one person that had an issue. They got the laptop, but the laptop broke. So they had to, it took a week to get it sorted out, but they got that taken care of. Right. So as far as that portion of Welsh News Network, that was on the up and up. So that being said, it's important to make those clarifications. It's also important to understand that when you have a history of fraud, specifically when it comes to food banks, you gotta understand, we're going to call that out because it has to be called out. It has to. I don't like bullies. But Demon's a little bit of a bully at times.
Yep.
But
I own it.
He owns it.
But I only bully people that are assholes. Like I don't go after fucking old ladies, man.
Well, there's a difference between bullying old ladies, bullying disabled, bullying people whom are vulnerable, and fucking
actual scumbags
going after people whom bully little ladies and people who are vulnerable. Really quick, I do want to read out the super chats and membership chats before. Let me see here. We want
real quick while you're doing that. Can I just ask? Does anybody have contact with Touche? And could you ask Touche to get in contact with me? I'd just like to have a chat. That's all. If anybody could do that, I'd really appreciate it.
So we had. Oh man, I had Art Akudo who sent out 5 plot hole memberships. Thank you so much. Smitty Sanitarium is now a member. Rainbow Pants, that's awesome. I love that. Was gifted a membership. Fred Knotts is also a new member, and Vegas. There's 2 more out there. I don't know where they went. Vegas Baby Girl celebrates 26 months of membership. Says hello, Johnny O. Hello, Vegas Baby Girl. Good to see you. I've got the Canadian Beaver Zero for 2 Monopoly monies. 2 Monopoly money. Says here's some Monopoly money from the coolest Beaver. That is absolutely true. Thor Rasmussen for 50 dicks says, just to a cool kid, I'll give you some of my gold. Fucking hell. Teresa Brewer for, this is £2, says, what a scumbag. I agree. Yeah. And this would be Mr. Stefan Kurtanyik.
Hey, Steven, you big fucking oaf. You don't know the name Steven?
I do know the name Steven. I just like fucking winding you up. Look at it. Anyway, it says the Federales should have delivered to you. They did. I did get the delivery, awesome. Steven. I do have to say that I may have run into a different problem, but that's for another day. Cripple Cat celebrates 27 months of membership. Says, hey, Johnny O, great sleuthing. Thank you very much. Finger guns. That's right. If you're a member, you got finger guns. Res ipsa locatur.
I know I'm muted. It's res ipsa loquitur. This is just kind of long-winded. Try to get. Hey, can you wipe the shit off me that splattered off me? Here, let me get that for you. Hey, do you see any on my back over here? How about you help wipe some of the shit off me? All right, let's wipe all the shit off each other. Johnny O sat on fucking real information for a long fucking time. Long fucking time.
Tour $4.99 and says for the kids. Thank you so much. Westside Girl Reacts says, here is your next investigation fund. Find out where my jumper is. Demon owes me going on 2 years. So Westside Girl Reacts says, where is my jumper? We got Demon on. We're exposed.
God damn it, Demon. Give her goddamn jumper. AP says, I keep telling myself to make a YouTube channel. AP, if you want to use the NTFG SFW, I could probably hook you up. If you want to do a little test run and see if it's something you want to do. It's fun. It's more than you think it is. Like, to be honest here, I'm glad that other people are now sinking their fucking teeth into Dil-Dan. I am fucking sick of listening to him. I really am. What a fucking waste of time he is. But nobody else wanted to put pressure on him or keep the fucking dream alive of Dan being exposed. So I would say at this point in time, we are loaded, not locked, loaded, ready to go, and in search of a new target. So we will take suggestions from the crowd.
Opposing Demon right now.
Oh, no. Okay. The jumper. Dan shagged all the sheep and none are left. No, I'm okay.
That's what it looks like. They're going to blow it off like it was a troll. But man, if they could have got $5,000 from me or Dan, they'd be fucking celebrating that shit right now.
I'm going to make a fucking point of this now because I should have a long time ago. And I said I would. First of all, here's what I need from you, sir. I know exactly who you are. Will you send me a Snapchat with the right size? And I will fucking get it today. Because I literally just keep forgetting it. It's just as simple as that. And there's nowhere to fucking get them where I live, like anywhere near I live. It's literally 2 hours drive. I thought you just Snapchatted me. You Snapchat me the size right now. I will fucking source it today, and I will try to get it at the weekend, and I will send that to you at long fucking last. I need to know, do you want a standard one? What color do you want? The exact size, and I will do that for you. And what sweater was I supposed to get you, Shiz?
Oh no. I you know what? Look, I got your back. We have been in regular communication, so I will make sure.
Hold me fucking to it. I will
will
get that jumper. I will get that jumper. I'm telling the missus right now to hold me to it. She'll make sure.
Laura Rader says, look at Shuggy sucking up the demon with his HMS McBodie face. Stupid shit. They all like Shuggy. They all like him. I think he's a piece of shit. I think he's a likable guy, but I think he's a piece of shit. Bandit 2804 says, yeah, Deb, this is referencing Gia. She last told me she was selling land to keep supporting Dan. That fucking... These guys drag their fucking feet with this information. I'll talk about shit later. I think we should do a expose on Shuggy, and maybe after all this settles, let's take a look at how much plot hole has admitted to have known and how long he knew it for. I mean, he's buddies with Dan, or was buddies with Dan. Dan's always bitching about how I'm fucking covering him and obsessed with him, and fucking plot hole Johnny is claiming he's ignorant of what's going on, but then gets in just in time to maybe squeak 5K in a grift. I don't know, man. It doesn't fucking look good. Adam McGuire says Chili sold some trifolds at least. Walter Texas said, you had a pretty big business, AP, but I think the guy on YouTube is only him in the trees and his two ground guys. Deb says, Bandit, that's a shame, but you can only warn people because they will do what they want to do. It's the old adage, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. GMK says, yeah, why is he wearing a dorky hat? It's to make fun of Dan and his Dan's Navy claims. Captain Dan. Walter, Texas. At least Chili delivered something to people. Laura Rader says, I'd love to know how many people Shuggy hits up to be their new co-host. Welsh News Network panel seeks host with own platform. Host should be adept at grifting and provide plausible deniability to the snooze panel members in case shit goes wrong. Tits up, like the Aussies like to say. Adam McGuire said, shit, he sold a couple thousand and was $10 each, doing fine each month then, and now he's in jail. Walter Texas has laughed my ass off. Bandit 2804, but good on you, Coded, for keeping at that scumbag. I'm like a fucking pit bull sometimes. You know, my nickname post-college was Diesel. Laura Rader says, wrong. They all tolerate Shuggy because they were playing Shuggy. I'm not talking about the vets, but the other content creators. I don't know about that. I think they genuinely like him. And I think that Demon and Shuggy were acquaintances and friendly with each other long before Dan came along. I mean, Shuggy's responsible for assisting in the putting together of the Welsh News Network panel. Bandit 2804 says, yep, she said that to me in chat. We asked her what the fuck she was doing when she was over here. Why she was throwing money at an obvious fucking con man and her large dollar donations were pump priming that led other people to kick up 10, 20 bucks that they probably couldn't afford to fucking give. I don't know, G. Are you going to help pay everyone back, Miss Moneybags? Adam McGuire says, I told all you assholes, even before coded, that this guy was some asshat. Thank you only. I don't have a channel, so LOL. You were here talking. I'll give you credit for that, Adam. Deb says, well, Dan is doing the same thing with covering Chili. He's covering Chili, pointing out fucking Chili's shitty behavior, and Dan knows that Dan's done all of it or is in the fucking moment doing it. Amazing shit. Adam McGuire says, Laura, I don't even care how dumb everybody else thinks Shuggy might be. I'm not making fun of him. Rebel says, Laura, I heard he's send dick pics with his resume. My God. Laura Rader says, oh my God, coded. You missed a great Shuggy comment. He covered for Becca and the Charlie dog story. In the side chat here? If it is, I'll find it. Dan had always said, Chinese whispers and in the fog. I think Dan said something like in the fog of war. We ran with it without having covered it, and then it all just got fucking dismissed. These people are blatantly fucking lying, and everybody's like, oh, he got caught? Oh, he has an excuse? Oh, how much am I supposed to donate today? I want to be able to pick the costume. Laura Rader says, Rebel, sideways laughing. Logan Sandman says, Kaiser has a fake wife, fake daughter, fake dog. Dan has a fake mansion, fake jet, fake yacht. Do these assholes have an instruction manual? Walter Diesel says Walter Texas, says sour diesel. Laura Rader says, Adam, do you? Boo. LOL. GMK says the manual is also fake. Laura Rader says, Shuggy now said that Coded has 3 felonies, and that is why he can't travel overseas. Did he fucking say that? I have 3 past felonies. I've been honest about them. I don't even have to fucking talk about them. The whole point is I don't have a high opinion of myself. I count myself lowest of the low. I know the shitty things I'm capable of doing. I know them. I was arrested for stealing a guitar a month before I turned 18. I don't have 3 DUI felonies. I have 2 DUIs. They're not felonies. They're just DUIs. They weren't as serious back then as they are now. They should have been. I mean, I'm lucky I didn't fucking have a car accident or injure anyone. I have 3 criminal felonies. They're not DUI related. I stole a guitar from a graduation party. I got youthful offender status for that because I took it. We had a DARE thing through high school that had a point system. I got dared at a graduation party to clip a guitar. A friend of mine who was in the same DARE game, he went into. We both took guitars. I got caught. The reason I got arrested was dumb fucking me felt bad about it, and I got caught returning the fucking guitars to the kid's house. I'm very careful about apologizing for shit now. I got in a drunken fucking scuffle with 6 police officers in a East Coast vacation town while I was a broker. I paid $10K to have that fucking wrapped up and fucking sealed. I don't have to talk about the shit. I talk about the shit. I was a bad boy who acted on bad impulses, and I was making a lot of fucking money. And not my high school one, but the ones when I was in college and post-college. And, I learned early in the game, if you have bail money, you can write your own fucking constitution. And if you have K to throw away, Shit gets swept under the fucking carpet. And you can do that until you're about 27 or 28 years old. Past that point, you can't anymore, which happens to be the age in men where the majority of men's testosterone production is at its peak level, and there's a drop off after that. So you're cut an allowance in your 20s. And if you have money to pay, you can make that allowance bigger. That's simply the game I played. I don't have to talk about the fact that I have felonies. I have 3 felony arrests. They're not for DUIs, you dumb motherfucking idiot. Adam McGuire says, nope, will be that single person on YouTube that is going to stand up for him. Tired of hearing he's Dan's bitch and just a bottom that needs to take it. Are you volunteering to stand up for Shuggy, Adam? You do that, man. Walter, Texas says, Adam, I feel the same way. Shuggy told Lisa, you have 3 DUI felonies. Shuggy's a fucking idiot. I have DUIs. I don't have felony DUIs. I have 3 legitimate felony arrests for criminal behavior. Hello Baby says, day drinking at mom's, sushi, seafood, salad, pizza later. God damn it, Hello Baby. You are living the fucking life. Walter, Texas says, how the fuck would he know, Laura? Because because I had it. This is what Shuggy does. This is the incorrect synthesization of data by a drunken mind that, has been adequately described as goldfish-like in our side chat. I have 3 criminal felonies. I had a problem with drinking in my 20s, so Shuggy's brain wiring says felony DUIs. No, I have my felonies aren't DUIs. My felonies are felony arrests for criminal behavior. I stole guitars from a graduation party on a dare. That is a criminal act. I wasn't intending to commit a crime. I was intending to score points in a dare game. I took the fucking guitars. 3 months later, I felt shitty about doing it. I got the guitar from my buddy who did with me, and I called the dude. I'm like, hey, man, I took the guitars from your graduation party. The buddy who did it with me, his father was a fucking inspector for the New York State Troopers. That's why I brought the fucking guitars back. Because he's like, dude, we can't do that. We'll get caught. I'm like, give me the fucking guitar. I'll take it back. I took it back. The fucking cops. I called the kid. He's like, oh, I'm busy this week. Meet me at my house at blah, blah, blah. I met him the day and the time. And when I knocked on the fucking door, the po-po answered. They were fucking waiting for me. The second felony is a bunch of felony assault on a police officer charges because 6 foot tall guys couldn't wrap up my drunken 5'8" ass. And one of them busted his kneecap in the street. I'm not a great fighter. I am great at outlasting everyone. That's what I'm great at. That cost me 10 grand. 5,000 to a lawyer and 5,000 to a judge's reelection fund. Bye-bye. Laura Rader says, Walter, I may have to go cause some trouble. Damn it. I've already been so non-productive today. Katie D says, Shuggy and Jim both have said you got kicked out of the Philippines and can't go back. They say a lot of shit. That was a fucking story I told them. Walter, Texas says, you've done great work here, Laura Rader. Now I'll be a reference if you need one. I'll fucking give you a reference. Laura Rader says, sorry, but I've selected my next target. I'm not going to let Shuggy slide past his involvement with covering for Dan's lies and land safely. Well, let's write a script, Laura. I'll put a video together. Adam McGuire says, I mean, Shuggy is a blocking tough guy that is my type of guy. Block people on the internet that hurts his feelings. Oh my God. Is that a compliment? Laura Rader says, Shuggy is not on my hit list by any means. That's reserved for grifters. Hello Baby says, notice coded stories never change. Truth doesn't. Katie D says they all talked about your wife, Dan, Becca, and Jim, and they're all gonna fucking have a come to coded moment on that one, face to face. Maybe not Becca, but Dan and Jim are gonna meet up with me face to face one day. GMK says, Adam, it's cool, not disparaging Shuggy, but we all as a community have to stop using the word vagina as an insult. Is vagiola okay? Walter Texas says, I played it, but never got caught. Rebel, no stream posted for WNN tonight. That's because nobody wants to hang around with Dan. If Dan had real fucking balls, he would get up there by himself and do a 3-hour fucking broadcast of, stealing other people's content. I say as I fucking restream Johnny O at the plot hole. Laura Rader says, LOL, Adam is my hero. Adam says, Shuggy does have a vagiola. I'm not reading it because GMK wants us to stop. Laura Rader said, Shuggy is a vagiola, a bleeding one. Walter Texas says, I don't even like talking shit about Dan. Adam Aguirre says, my foot has gotten sucked into there before. Scary. GMK says, vaginas should be praised. I agree with that 100%. Some of the greatest pleasure in my life was the result of interaction with a vagiola. Adam McGuire says, Walter, you like talking shit about all those tards over there. They like talking shit thinking they are smarter. LOL. Laura Rader says, let's sing the mangina monologues, GMK. Will that make you feel better? Sing them. Are there mangina monologues? That seems gay. Walter Texas says, while drinking, that can be the opening. Oh my God. All right, I do believe I have to get wrapping up here. I have to be at work today. I probably won't see you guys until next hump day, Wednesday. Dan can get brave now and do a broadcast that won't be stream sniped, except you still got Shiz, Demon, Plot Hole, maybe even Stone Vet. Now that you're a Stolen Valor guy, you might be getting some Stone Vet coverage. I wonder how Shuggy's going to like that. I appreciate Stone Vet popping in and dropping some chat messages. Love the Stone Vet. Have since the day I started watching them. Look, if you aren't going to show receipts, do what fucking Josh did. Straight up tell people any money you give me is going into the weed fund. Then everybody knows what you're spending the fucking money on. Just don't get caught sneaking around the back, giving money away to old ladies and orphans. That would ruin your reputation. Like if you're not gonna say what you're doing with the money, then be honest like Josh was and just say, I'm gonna put it in my fucking weed fund. Nobody's going to call Josh out for grifting because he already said, I'm putting all the money in my weed fund. But grifters have to tie that emotional, sympathetic, starving child image in order to pump up the fucking revenues. And Josh is over there proving, hey, if you just have real good content, you can just tell everybody I'm buying weed with the fucking money. And they keep fucking donating. And the way they do it over there by buying memberships so that other people benefit and Josh gets his money is fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Walter Texas says, thanks, Coded. Everyone have a great weekend. Oh, let me just check something for you. If you want to pick this up at Johnny Plot Hole on the replay, if you're not going over right now and you want to catch it on the replay, we terminated at about the 1 hour 42 minute mark into the Plot Hole's Welsh News Network Dan Will He Show. And I think that broadcast might be over with. So good time to quit it here. Laura Rader, you were mentioned on the last video over at ZB Studios. If you want to go over and check it out, people spoke nicely about you. I said you were angelic. Brought you in with Fleetwood Mac. Gonna take you out with Fleetwood Mac. I believe the name of this tune is Chain. Have a good day, everybody. We'll see you soon.